Oh my god. It's been so long. I forgot how to start streams.
We can only start by starting and begin by beginning.
Oh.
I've
Not with
been
that
here
attitude.
the whole time.
Oh my
Hello,
God.
everyone. This is Destruction Bench Agreement, where no one knows what's going to happen. Everything's wacky, and no one knows who's even playing today, except for me, because I'm not.
You're not wacky? That's a lie. It's a lie if I ever heard one. This is a fun thing.
The amazing digital circus starts playing over my existence.
Twitch doesn't let me pop out chat anymore if an ad's going. I have to wait for the ad to finish before I can pop out chat. I hate this. I hate this economy. It's inconveniencing me. It's inconveniencing me, and therefore it's homophobic, and therefore it must die.
Agreed.
See, I'm glad we're all in agreement here.
Yeah, we could destroy a bench about this.
Yeah, we could. What if we destroyed a bench? Just kidding, unless...
Blush, blush.
Twiddles fingers, what if we destroyed a bench together?
We're at like
Maybe
2
even
minutes now,
agreed
right?
about it.
Yeah, there.
We've even agreed about it, yeah.
I don't think we're in agreement if it's been 2 minutes, actually. I think I'm gonna argue against that.
No, that's wrong. The time on the clock says it's only been 1 minute and 42 seconds, so rounding up is technically incorrect.
All right, you chuckle fucks. I was figuring that if Rosche wanted to, theoretically, he could take it. But we've been going for 2 minutes now. Believe it or not. A little over 2 minutes, actually. I'm doing it. I'm taking over, so we get started.
Yippee!
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to episode 198 of Destruction Bench Agreement, our more or less weekly tabletop RPG run in the anime campaign or Epithet System. We're jumping back into episode 198. This is the second part that we run overall and is the first part of Party B, Party 2, whichever you want to call it, right? Because, yeah, we got a good couple of groups of people here. But if you have not been around here before, when it comes to DBA, typically centers around the Destruction Bench Agreement tournament, as it's known in universe, which is, fighting tournament-like organization you've seen shown in anime. But of course, over time, it sort of changed, transmogrified, into a force and organization within the world of the campaign, and its members often find themselves getting involved in more than just the tournament, but just worldly and otherworldly scenarios going on within the world of the campaign. Very technically, these party members, these players, were introduced before in the first session, but as we are now properly focusing on them, let's go ahead and introduce the main characters this time around, along with reintroducing our GMs that are helping with this whole thing before we get into a recap of what's happened thus far as a whole. Starting with our main GM, Rosche.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Rosche. You might recognize me from the last time this was run. And also Verglis, if, that's something you're into. Or maybe any of the 100,000 data bounties you've run. Or maybe even the lizard that's spying on you right now. I'm the main GM of this.
Whoa. So yeah, that's that. I'm also here as a co-GM. I'm Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I've been speaking here today. I'm here. I'm helping as a co-GM. I've been helping out. We also have Iris, who is not currently here, but she's also a co-GM and has been helping out. This time though, I'm main helper that's here. Who are these goddamn players we've got in this session? Starting with our streamer for today, Ballast.
Well, hey, I'm a goddamn player. Motherfucking G. Witty. That was so fucking stupid.
That was a bad one, hon. I think that was a rancid one, actually.
Gwitty and
Put in the
Dawnheart
cube.
written by
Yeah, Roche? What?
Bye.
Written by, indeed. Gwydion Donhart. He's a magic researcher, man. That's really all you really need to know. He thinks epithets are interesting. He is a Monday.
Yeah. Then we got James.
Hello, it's I, Jamie. And I'm playing Vanilla, magical researcher they, who thinks epithets are funny and also doesn't have an epithet. Wowie. Just as a warning, I'm still recovering from the flu, so don't worry. The mysterious anime cough is not from Vanilla. That's me.
And then last but not least, we got Zanza.
Hi, I'm Zanza. I'm your classic local nightmare-pilled conniption cell, and I'm playing Raziel today. Similarly, I am fucking. I made the horrific mistake of like auto-correcting in my brain across time zones, so I'm a bit sleepy. But I should be
a sleepy pill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sandman is currently killing me.
Kick him in the balls.
Gotcha.
Is that a valid move?
I think so.
Is that legal?
No, that isn't. It's not
Okay,
on
I'll
patch
do
notes
it.
yet.
Well,
Yeah, I'll do it.
that is our group of 3 players here for today. And before we get into what exactly they're doing here in this episode, session, what have you, if you're new around here, you're enjoying yourself, and you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel, whether it's more DBA, it's other related things, or anything else. You should join our funky Discord server. Find Nightingale, there's the link, whoa! Go there,
Right.
get notified, what have you. That's our community Discord, so yeah. There you go. That's if you want to be informed, you go there. Same with following and subbing to the channel because that helps, and also, you know what's going on. So yeah, there's all that bullshit. And with that being said, unless Rosche wants me to do it, would you want to give a recap or shall I?
You know what? Let's hear it from your mouth. You know.
Alrighty. Well. Last time on episode 198 of Destruction Bench Agreement, Atlantian Odyssey, we found ourselves starting out with a group of not only our DBA members, but paired alongside a giant cavalcade of other mercenaries from around Daybreak or just wherever they may have been from, all being hired by Lieutenant Volta, who he, with his men, found / discovered / took over the operation regarding a sudden, mysterious ocean-bound temple that emerged from the depths of the murky ocean on the coastline of Daybreak Bay, the city with which many things in this world take place in the campaign. This temple certainly wasn't recorded on any sort of things. Big ol' mysterious time. And Volta wanted to figure out what was going on down there. And through some cursory investigation, figured, hey, let's get some guys in there. So that's where our DBA members come in, along with these mercenaries, as mentioned, being hired by the man to go and explore this temple for everything it's worth in groups, teams of 3, all the while picking up as much of this Atlantean goop or what have you that is around the temple. And last time, we followed the first group of 3, which had Amaya, Clay, and Alva in it, as they went into one section of the temple, along with various others, and discovered the presence of the Atlanteans, which, was a surprise, because they didn't know what was going on down there. Point being, they discovered that there's potentially a whole society, civilization, some of which that are still alive down here. And after some shenanigans that way, continuing to explore there, we now cut back to the second cluster of mercenaries, explorers, what have you, in the temple, as they're being brought in to explore the second portion of the temple, the labs. Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna move over here. as we're gonna take off this track, move back to this one that you guys are familiar with, as everyone from Cluster C has been made to wait in the grassy area, whereas everyone in Cluster B has been allowed to roam a little bit closer to the beach. Volta stands here checking a vintage-looking timepiece, a pocket watch on a chain that is attached to his coat pocket, and after seemingly divining its like time for a little bit, puts it back, turns to the people in Cluster B. Marley and their team are just idly conversing, Marley loading their various weapons. It seems they have a collection of different firearms. Manfred simply waiting patiently, Butch waiting impatiently, O Company waiting patiently, and the team of the Gas Mask duo and Carlisle are you fucking kidding me? Are simply are simply like waiting. Everyone though, presumably everyone at least, perks up in time to see them. I will ask the main party if they have any sort of comments they want to make before he starts talking, or like a conversation between each other.
Alright, Vanilla, I know we talked about this before. Are you ready for me to try it, or...?
I mean, you might as well.
Alright,
before we actually go in there.
Yeah, more or less. Alright, and he starts, doing some slight mumbling under his breath, and sigils of light appear on the ground beneath Vanilla. Before a fucking flash of energy. I invoke the power of the dawn. Alright, it's just a regular, it's just a regular, no boosts or anything.
Yay!
As a fucking flash of light, goes off and then dissipates.
I think it worked.
You do that, and I imagine everyone here who has like a surprised all goes like what? Huh? Like
Carry on.
Just doing some preparations, basically. Don't worry about it.
Volta
I see.
blinks a couple of times, his shades having blocked most of the light. Right. So it's been around 15-20 minutes. So I would really hope those guys have made it into their area by now. So I'm giving y'all the go-ahead to start going in. And almost, like, immediately, people start, like, going. Those more poised to, like, immediately go in are just...
Booking it.
Yeah. I'll deal with vanilla stamina, or, like, name eventually.
Yeah.
Just all y'all need to know is that these guys are fucking disappearing into the ether. The last ones to start to head in are, the group, headed by Carlisle, who, you know, takes just a little bit before, you know, they get up. Let's start going. And, they and their two, like, head in.
And now all the people have rushed ahead, thus missing all the little intricate details that we'll find.
Yeah.
Rushing is never smart.
And I'll be honest with you guys, we can take you through the whole, like, oh, you go through the temple proper thing, but, like, effectively, you know where you need to go. You need to go into the left room. If you want to go through that, sure, we can take you there.
I'm fine either way.
Thumbs up.
As you guys, you know, start heading on in, and, you know, for the sake of posterity, why not? Let's, when you guys make your way up there, copy, and paste over here. As we're gonna switch this, and we're gonna switch over to here. You guys catch from your peripheral vision, effectively, you see the you see one of Carlisle's guys like go off into the left path here.
Mm-hmm.
Onwards and upwards.
Rathiel's just sort of walking around, holds out a hand as like just a empty tome, and a quill just like appears out of nowhere as he begins to just idly take notes on the different symbols and stuff.
Yep.
Seeing as you do that, Gwydion himself takes out a small journal. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Omesha, your epithet is effectively a generational subspace to an extent, yes?
More or less, yes.
Alright, good to know.
It comes with some little things, but that's more or less the case, yes.
Note Raziel real quick.
As previously mentioned with the last guys, the walls have different murals that have faded with time, and intricately, I believe that's
Intricately?
Intricately, carved like edifices into the like stonework of this room. It looks like this was a fine work of art to the people that designed this room. And yet the state right now is, well, probably worse than it was originally.
I mean, I can assume that much.
Touches ground, something happened here.
Kicks piece of rubble.
Tumbles over.
Odd.
No, I'm honestly surprised how well it's holding up.
Yeah, I want to check, because there's like stuff like this for signs of water damage. Like, did it seem like this place was supposed to be submerged actively underwater? Or
Yes, as another description to make, right? From walking up onto that platform, it looked as though, because the initial staircase up to it was made by the military, right? That looked like a platform, and then the stairs led down into this like proper area with like this hub. And if you were to guess, right, this was all like meant to be submerged, but there's not a hint of like water damage. Like water didn't hurt this place. It was more like this place was damaged, and also there's just water here.
It's holding up really well considering how corrosive like salt water is.
yes, I mean, I guess it makes sense if this temple would be beneath the waves, and especially since there isn't any kind of airlock system or anything. I guess it makes sense that this place would be built to withstand water. Sort of touches the ground. Maybe it's made of some kind of... Maybe the stonework is made of some kind of coral-like something.
Maybe.
Could also theoretically be similar to Roman concrete, because they used seawater to treat the process in that as well.
Yeah, that would make sense.
As you approach this archway, there is a shimmer in the air as it seems to be like a boundary of sorts. It appears to be a passageway that would, more than likely, based on how it looks, considering there's nothing quite behind it, would likely teleport you somewhere.
How exactly? Question. Before Raziel just jumps into the teleporter, can I can I mayhaps divine like what mechanism is teleporting us? Is it like some kind of advanced science, or is it just teleportation, like magic?
The methodology is alien to you. From what you could assume, this orb is something of like a source of power, and the archway is the channel.
I see.
Do you think we should try and figure out how this teleportation works on our way in, or just figure it out on our way back?
It might be useful in case we need to reverse engineer it, like if something goes wrong. I'm just gonna is it magic though?
It is
you have
not
to tell me
magical.
if it's magic. Okay.
All
It is
right,
not
so-
magical by a traditional definition.
Alright, well, it's definitely not magic based.
Alright, give me a second. Let me just... Gwydion rifles through the papers that we were given. In which case, that's a 4. Never mind. Go fuck myself.
You don't.
Natural 2.
I will give you information a little bit, though, as I don't necessarily know, like, the depths of how Gwydion shit works. Though, like, even if, I would note that, like, this feels, like, far out of the realm of literally anyone you've ever met's understanding. To such a point that it would be hard to just divine how this thing works so easily, so to speak. But, like, I mean, as far as you can tell, it is a gateway that brings you somewhere.
I really want to take apart and open up that power source, but then we would be stranded, so that doesn't really seem like smart.
And you know,
More
all
importantly,
the other people
we
on the
wouldn't
other
be
side.
stranded, they would be stranded, because we would be stranded outside of wherever it is taking them.
I guess that might also be a little important.
So that does
Whatever.
also mean if someone really wanted to get rid of all of us, they could just destroy the orb, couldn't they?
We're the last of our group to have gone forward, so if it was, it would be the military or someone from a group that was not supposed to go down this way.
Just saying.
And to be fair on that point, he double checks the Bloxy. One of them is a Vanderbilt, so nobody
I'm not
is to say...
especially worried about any of that. Raziel steps forwards.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm not either, especially considering he just looks to Vanilla. If we need to get out of there, I'm pretty sure I can figure something out.
I've done it before.
Raziel goes in, followed by Gwydion and Vanilla, as we cut from this scene. And we go to a new map. Bump. You pass through, and almost immediately, the air pressure differential as to when you were on the surface, where there was just air plentiful, has suddenly shifted, and you feel you are quite a bit deeper than you were before. Even if this area is not actively flooding, though given the wear and tear everywhere here, you wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in here is, you definitely feel tightness. It's still easy to breathe, it's still fine, you just have this sense that you are somewhere deep. Carlisle, with their arm, cybernetic as it is, has a flaming, or it has a tube with like a flickering flame in it, and they seem to just be hanging out by the wall here.
they all huddle together. Yes, scribble, like.
Oh, this opens up.
Similarly, speaking of humming and scribbling, Gwyn's just gonna like kind of tap the floor to make sure if it feels like it's the same sort of, considering the lighting's a bit different, so I just want to make sure if this is like the same sort of stone, at least from a base level understanding.
This is a different type of material.
Mhm.
You wouldn't even necessarily be able to call it stone. It has that sort of texture, but you can tell that this has been put here with much more, like, much less decorative, much more function.
Whatever peoples were here seem to be at least gifted with multiple forms of materials to work with. It's just interesting to note by itself.
Above Vanilla, you
Yeah.
see a hallway, which is not too run down necessarily, though there are pieces of it that are breaking and crumbling. Nothing that gives way to the ocean water, however, from the part that you're at. To your right, of course, more crumbling, but it seems to be more of a path that leads somewhere else. To the south, there's a trail of stains, or like stains, so to speak, that go down. They seem to just be like marks of kind of a little bit of like scuffing or decay of a sort, but nothing that would leave it structurally unsound, you'd say.
Hold on, I'm curious. Can Raziel manifest a simple compass and see if it is pointing to any direction, or alternatively, like, I may fear it is simply spinning in circles?
Yeah, you can pull out a compass, and the compass, like, to be honest, it, like, points north, but there's, like, some fidgeting, and every now and again it will, like, slide to a different direction, and then, point north again. Like, magnetic north exists here, but there is some
Interference.
form of extra thing that wants to pull this compass's direction.
So there's some kind of...
In which
Understood.
case, which way is due true north, and does it seem to be pointing in the same general direction when it gets this feedback, or no?
No, it's mostly just a random direction around you, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief, true magnetic north is north of the map, because I don't want to be fucked with that.
Yo! Hooray!
Yay!
Hooray!
North!
It was a thought I in part had because Raziel would just begin mapping out a little map for us, considering we haven't been dropped into the middle of a branching path, possibly a maze.
Atlantian Odyssey ass.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, gang, which way?
Well, might as well see what the individuals who went ahead of us what they've experienced so far, if they have anything to say.
Yes, Carlisle. And... Yes.
Okay, Landra.
Yes.
They, stop leaning on the wall.
mhm.
I'm mostly here for security detail, so don't really ask me to be checking things out. But
Yeah,
sorry.
I can assure you that when it comes to any kind of historical or archaeological or other such analysis, we have you more than covered.
Figured.
But you've been here for longer. Anything particularly interesting or strange? Any weird feelings? Even.
Feels like my chest's tight. Kinda little bit of a rough place to be in.
Well, yes, but very deep underground.
Now, to
If
be
you
fair,
wanna know where the
Raziel,
other
we don't
guys
know if we're
went.
underground. It's more of we understand we are at least underwater.
I want to ask where the other guys went. 2 of them are in the big room over there. One of them's roaming the halls. That creepy doctor fella and his robot.
Hmm.
If you need
Creepy.
me to describe the other two, I mean, I'm sure
I
you saw them.
I assume these are people that we know.
Yeah, those are the other groups you came in with.
Alright, alright.
This is assuming the, like, you are the 5 guys down here.
Yeah.
Or the 5 teams.
Mm-hmm. Do we need a team name?
No, I don't see why we would.
Okay. Just wondering. No, just
So-
like 5 teams.
You could go in there, but they point with their flesh arm towards that way. And really, I don't mind if you do, but know that there are 2 people already exploring over there. If you want to talk with Mr. Creepy and the green team, be my guest.
We had as much time as we wanted to talk with them beforehand. I don't think that's necessary. Also,
Yeah.
turns to Vanilla and Gwydion. You have
Hmm?
no idea how relieving it is to have a team that, when asked with a question like that, just agrees we don't need to come up with a team name. Who cares?
Yeah, who would want to come up with a team name? Yeah.
In any
Sweats.
case, it seems like to the north and to the east have already, at least generally, been taken by others. Should we go to the south, or do you feel like we should compare and so on with another team?
I mean, probably at this point there's not much to compare, right? There's not really a point until there's more information to be exchanged. I mean, how much information can they get within, like 5 minutes they've been in here?
I've known some people to get a lot of work done very expeditiously in 5 minutes, but fair enough.
Depends on the
Which
type
case?
of work.
Gwydion turns back to his group. I think in that case, either the quote-unquote big room as described by our friend here, or to the south, are what interest me particularly.
You need anything, Raz?
We'll explore this place as we get to it, so...
Yeah.
Shrugs.
Might as well go counterclockwise then.
Why, do you have a particular interest?
If we were to
No,
go counterclockwise, we would start with the north, but fair enough.
Well,
Well,
if you were
technically-
viewing us from above, right, it would be counterclockwise, right?
Well, okay, but
Clock starts at
clockwise
12
slash
regardless.
counterclockwise is...
No, but
Um,
like we started from like this way points the way they came. So if we were going counterclockwise, we'd be going
No.
down and then around.
Yeah, wait, hold on. It's a direction.
Counterclockwise.
It's there's no defined starting point for clockwise or counterclockwise.
The
It's a
clock
direction
always
It's just-
starts
it's
at
a
the top.
rotation.
It's how
But it's the rotation.
That's
It's a type of
simply how a
rotation.
clock works.
It doesn't matter where you start. It's just the rotation.
No, it's just a type of rotation. Also, why does that
Agree to
necessarily
disagree.
have to be it?
As someone who works
As-
with gears, understanding how a clock works is personally important to me, but
Who
to
says
each their own.
that 12 is the start of time? Like, I mean,
The
yeah, if
clock!
you're going military time, it's a 0. But
As-
like,
The 12 starts first, probably because of some motherfucker named Augustine V. Okay, it doesn't really matter.
As the clock looks ambivalently upon your fucking struggle, you see what looks to be a massive pool with like a stone surrounding. The pool seems to be glowing. There's like a table nearby, and this metallic substance beneath you. As you like see when like water would like try to go past it, it stays on the side it originated from. So like the water from beneath your like shoes gets like stuck from where you like walked onto it from.
taps it. with the
Gwydion
foot.
just kind of leans down, like puts his hand on the various metals. Now the question is, are these different base component elements, or are they forged differently to create this different coloration?
Or do they even have different levels
yeah,
of oxidization?
That's similar, yes. Where they forged it at all, theoretically, they could have just been shaped in some manner. He just looks at as the water has its weird phenomenon. Interesting.
Or they could just be painted.
Does it maybe have a different effect on? Like, takes one shoe off, sets it down on one part of the metal, takes the other shoe off, sets it on the other parts. Just see if there's any difference.
No separate effects, just
Uh,
like the water just stays. The water that you would have walked onto it on just stays over here. Any water that would come from like over here just stays over here.
It's like an
Now
airlock for water.
this is interesting to think about. And he looks at Vanilla's shoes, because that is seawater. I wonder if other forms of water have any different effect.
I didn't bring a water bottle. Shit.
Hold on, I did.
Points.
Pulls out
we did
water.
just I did just ask him a few moments ago that his epithet is a subspace, so I think at least in terms of raw materials, he has that covered.
Probably.
It contains various things.
Awkward 1 foot hop as they try to get their other shoe back on.
Alrighty. Does foreign water? How does foreign water interact with this? Raziel pulls out a water bottle and just begins walking.
So like, are you like trying to pour it as you walk, or are you just holding it?
Well, we need a control. I will be holding it first. Just
Well, holding it, the water bottle doesn't seem to have any problems.
Does it have a different effect if the water bottle is open versus closed?
Test 2. Let's uncap it now.
No.
Everybody
no effect
watching DBA is like, "What is this?"
No effect if open.
Most boring party to watch for the viewing audience at home.
No, and to be fair, that wasn't uncapped because we have to make the control correct. So Raziel had to walk across, then uncap to make sure
Yeah.
got to make sure all the
yeah.
variables are correct.
Exactly.
Each direction.
Alright, now I will try pouring it out while I walk.
As you pour it out, it almost seems to like slide to one of the sides versus the other. It appears to not have any difference, fresh versus salt. And it also doesn't seem to affect you, who has water inside of your body.
Yes, but that could be sort of stabilized by my own, soul.
Being a solid.
I mean, there are also just various
Yes,
things.
do you
that
have any
treat life.
ice?
Oh?
Oh, what happens if you have it melt on the metal? Yeah.
You're right. Pulls out
Can we find the exact
ice.
middle point where it decides to be one side versus the other?
Ice slides to one side versus the other.
So
Do you have a
it's
kettle?
regardless
Could we
of
see what happens with steam?
Yeah, I do have a nice kettle in my tea set. He pulls out a fucking kettle.
Subspaces, huh? Useful.
I'm in my element.
You are in your element. So true, bestie.
I assume
We
steam
wait for like
acts the
5
same
to
with
6
these.
minutes to start for it to boil. Yeah.
Don't worry,
To
it
be
was already
honest,
boiling.
guys, let's be real here, right? You discover that waters is waters.
Water is water, huh?
So the steam does get affected, is what you're saying then?
The steam, it's a little like weirder, but it would eventually, as it would start like condensing and be like, oh no, get away, get on one of those sides.
So
Presumably
once
the
it
side it started
becomes a
from.
liquid, then it starts acting. Okay.
So this has a very, very strong hydrophobic effect. Interesting.
Ooh, Raziel, do you have juice? What's the percentage of water here?
I do not think I have juice. It is not a particular thing I have that
Do you
often.
have any other?
Well,
like,
since you have the
drinks?
kettle, do you have tea?
I do have tea, but tea is just leaf water.
Yes, but how much leaf makes it not care about the water is what we would be testing
If
here.
you just make it absolutely drenched in like, that's not the word I'm looking for. Steeped. If you just horribly steep it. Just so strong.
It would be an affront to tea, but I will try it.
How does it react to blood?
I think we could save that one for later.
Hold on. Pulls out blood.
Wait, you didn't have juice, but you have that?
Well, yes. What if I would need to test blood on something?
Liquid slides to the side
just for
you started from.
Just for testing for blood,
Interesting.
not because you need like backup blood. You just have that for tests.
I don't need backup
I
blood.
will note, effectively until any blood you have in a container stays in the container until you spill it out of the container, in which case it picks a side.
It only cares about open liquids. Interesting.
I guess that makes sense. Safety for the
Gwydion just kind
container
of
of
like...
liquid that is man.
Now, for the sanity of the GMs, would we like to have the rapid fast forward as these three just talk
Yes,
and
you guys
talk about
spend
this?
you spend 4 hours of the DBA session effectively pulling out like, what about sodium chloride? But that's just salt. No, it's not. Oh, okay. But how about what if I take out liquefied nitrogen? And
Liquid
then it's like,
mercury.
it's like, oh no, don't get down my shoes. Like you like continue for that for a while.
Yeah,
but like in reality, that only takes like 2 seconds.
I was literally just about to investigate the grain of this one, so yeah, we can move on to the next hyperfixation. So,
You know,
So you guys start to move
but
on.
now I'm like, oh man, why is this wooden table still preserved? Usually water will cause wood to rot.
Look,
after a
let's
certain
be
amount of
entirely
time.
honest. It's
Maybe
not
that's what the
really
water
wood.
protectors for.
Okay.
interesting.
This
So it has a similar
is
structure
really a
of
material.
cellulose as to wood, but is not made of wood. Interesting.
Do you think that
Alright.
this liquid reacts differently to the metal?
I highly doubt it. If anything, this liquid might be more reactive.
Gwydion's going to
You-
pull out a pH test strip and just kind of dip it in, you know?
I'll be honest. This is just seawater. It just happens to have this sort of beautiful, like, tint to it.
I see. Probably just a trick of the lighting.
Gwydion's
Why
going
would they
to
need
take a vial of it just to test later when I get home to see if there are any dyes or anything, considering.
Hold on. Raziel is going to take off his glasses, putting them to the side, and then is going to put his head in the water and peer
Oh.
around.
Raziel,
Yeah?
this is deep. You immediately feel like the horrid effects of, oh wow, that's like we're like deep underwater from like the second your hair touches it, and it's immediately like, oh, that's a bad idea, and you pull back.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
yeah.
similarly, let me just, Gwydion affixes his artificer's goggles over his eyes. Let's just make sure that there's nothing weird going on that we don't see.
No.
Okay. No illusions that I could see, at least. I immediately takes them off as he blinks a couple times.
Well, I'm just really curious if there's an edge to this, or if this has so much pressure, then this isn't just a pool of seawater. This is a
Maybe this
It-
is
it
like
leads
an access point?
To be
it
honest,
must be
right?
an open pathway to the rest of the ocean.
Yes, you can tell that just leads to the ocean.
Maybe I was right about this being water airlock. Huh.
Maybe I
Like
don't
a
know.
spaceship, but for water.
I mean, I guess it's not unheard of in the history of in the history of the world that there have been, you know, seemingly, you know, quote unquote advanced crafts. Maybe these people had some kind of way to move through the ocean, and this is where they parked or something.
Yeah, and that would make sense for the you know, liquid blocker, because if this wasn't supposed to be like water soggy hellscape as it is right now, that would have kept the rest of the area dry.
It's the de-wetifier.
Yeah.
Hmm.
For
De-wets you.
de-wetting.
Exactly. He puts his glasses back on.
Gwydion finished writing a note. Alright, that's good to know for that.
I wonder if
Or is
any
it-
of them were just like, oh, I know a trick, and just like went through this after a shower, you know?
Hmm.
Is that how that works? Does the tips of Raziel's hair, like, does the water
Yeah, the
get
water
pulled
does
off
like
them?
fall off as you like pass through.
Yeah, you're all dry now.
I
Fluffy
see.
boy.
If
No.
you were to guess based on passing through this thing, like fast forward for anime speed, so no time really actually passes in the session, but like, you know, all of that sort of stuff happens, you pretty much can understand that that is, as Vanilla is saying, probably like an airlock or a decontamination zone. So that like,
Sorry,
go on.
I was just gonna say, obviously your hair is dry, but I would just, run your hand through it to make sure if there's still any salt in it, considering, not all everything reacts to everything. Who knows if these people even had hair?
Raziel would do that. I assume the salt is just moves with the water.
The salt had moved with the water.
I see.
You saw.
Get through here, more stains across the ground. You see a giant fucking door.
Ooh, door.
It has a little door decal that I can click.
There are symbols on the door. Like there is just, one big like symbol on it, surrounded by like a sort of spirally circle.
Hmm.
Spirally circle. I assume that this does not correlate to any
No known
symbols
symbol.
that's been recorded before. Yup.
Alright, give me a second to just... he
Note that
finishes
down.
sketching it in another page, etc. Let's see.
Should we see if we can go through?
Yeah, no, Gwydion's just gonna put his hand up to the symbol and touch it to see if that does anything.
No. It
It's
does not
touch activated.
have any effect.
Interesting.
The door feels heavy and very thick.
So this is a regular handle, right? Or is just to make sure?
It is sort of, it's kind of like one of those like airplane door handles where it's like, number one, it's
Oh.
hard to like not specifically like that, but like it's supposed to slide down and then push forward.
Puts ear to
Considering-
door to see.
Yeah, considering we were just outside the decompressor room, this might be an emergency exit, as it were.
I hear what ocean sounds through the door.
You don't hear like water on the other side.
Doesn't sound like water movement.
Well, we can open it, and if waves of water come through, I can escape. So it's probably fine.
Worst case scenario, we go into the decompressor room.
To be clear, you can't open it.
Oh. I see.
The handle like
Fine.
moves, but it doesn't budge. The symbol doesn't do anything. The door is really heavy.
It might have a multiple-step process if it is a sort of emergency exit. We might need an access key, verbal or otherwise.
Yeah, maybe it has something to do with the swirls.
No, I could... If you just give me a little...
Yo.
No, okay.
I don't think we have the strength between
You-
the three of us to open this.
Now, to be fair, I think I theoretically could. The very two of you, at least, do not.
Twink arms.
Yeah, I agree.
You do actually hear that sound from like down the hall,
Hmm.
Huh.
and I mean, considering from this distance, I'm pretty sure you can see it.
Yeah, the weird blue thing.
Yeah, you can see the three of them there. You notice as this robot thing seems to be powering up, though you can't necessarily hear it from here. Manfred appears to be trying to like speak to something, but then the robot reacts and fires off a large like bolt of like plasma with like a pretty loud sound that scorches like through there, and Manfred jumps back.
Huh?
Now, I'll let you know, Rosche, considering all that description, we can see to up to here currently.
Well, that's fair. There's just a light all the way down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
don't
zoomed
see.
out that far.
That's fair.
Oh wow, yeah, that's really far down.
Yeah, no, that's like super far.
Yeah, it is a very
Very
far
long
hallway, but like you can see sort of that stuff kind of happening.
Mm.
And then the three of them like would shift like forward. Manfred first, then this one.
What are these?
Those appear to be broken floor,
Oh,
leading directly
into
to
the
the
water?
ocean. Yeah.
Unties shoe. Does not. Just
What are you-
low
what are you
impulse
doing,
control
Vanilla?
activated. Looks up.
You will
and dangling
literally
their shoe in
lose
the
your
water.
shoe if you let go of
They're
it.
holding onto a shoelace. Oh wait.
Also, we've already established that this is seawater. I don't know if having a wet shoe is a really interesting scientific test at this point in time.
Looks down at their wet shoe and realizes their mistakes. Sweats.
Vanilla be like, I think the anglerfish at the bottom of the ocean will find it pretty yummy.
It
Of
does
course they
interest
would.
me, though, that whatever happened to this place carved out this section right in front of one of the other doors. Does it have the same symbol?
It has a different symbol surrounded by the spirally circle.
Alright, so there's a
Awkward one.
base shape language to this. If I had to guess, I would assume that the circle is
And-
basically room, but I could be wrong.
To be clear, based on like these like things in the floor, they're not necessarily clean as they are on the map.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just like they're like
Carved out.
broken out. Not necessarily carved with intent, more like
Yeah,
this just
Happened.
fell through.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
Mm-mm.
It is a miracle that we have not had some kind of air leak or otherwise been crushed.
That's assuming that whatever is causing the air to exist isn't in a safer area.
Mm. Awkward sounds of a wet shoe.
A bed? What in the world?
This is a bed that, like, from looking at it, it has like a thing on the bottom. You could almost like equate this to like a hospital bed, which could rise or fall. But from looking at it, this is a bed made for someone nearly
Huge.
double your size, maybe even triple.
Yes, that is fucking huge.
That is big boy bed.
He's gonna,
Anyone
touch
wants
the
to
fabric
clean
to
that?
see what kind of. Does it feel like a cotton or what kind of?
Oh
kind of
my god,
feel-
it's soft.
Interesting.
Poke, poke. Ooh.
He's gonna fluff the
This
pillow. see
pillow
how
is like
fluffy
the
pillow-
size of you. It's like effectively a body pillow.
Hmm.
Huh.
He's going to see if he can open the pillow to see if there are feathers or some other material used for it.
You presumably cut it open.
Yeah.
And like, no feathers. It's like a foamy material, kind of like memory foam, but like, you know, it feels kind of like memory foam.
Theoretically, it could be an aerogel-based structure. That is interesting. Would explain why things aren't wet.
What happens if
now,
I let my wet shoe touch it?
What was that?
You can do that.
It gets a little wet.
Raziel looks to the side. Now, clearly this needs further study. Can I archive this to the Aqua Tendopropolis? Yeah.
Go ahead.
The full bed or just the pillow?
Oh, the whole fucking thing, man.
I'll be needing this when when I need a little sleepy bed by sleepy time.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
put
Voice in
it.
the sky.
You put it in there. It's.
Oh, there goes.
I'm going to assume that this does not count as like
a major fucking
yeah
thing
wow.
to give to the thing. Oh no.
No.
What do you look at?
I will note here, you see rushing water not from the door, but like above it. The ceiling here is just spewing water. And to be fair, given the sort of given that there isn't that much water here and there isn't a water like shifting floor pad, you feel like it has only recently started to spring over here, whereas you can almost hear the water rushing on the other side of this door, just like from here.
Well, that's bad.
Does it seem to have a similar symbol on this one to confirm or no?
Spiral circle, different symbol.
Okay, interesting.
Let's other
Might
shoe
be
get wet so
numbers.
it's balanced.
Saying this is this exit, this is that exit, etc., etc.
If this is a hallway, why was there a bed in the middle of the hallway?
Could be a
Communal
hospital.
bed? Maybe, but don't hospitals
maybe.
usually keep beds in enclosed areas for
Again,
patients?
that would seem to be like a gurney rising up and down, so...
Yes, I mean, and actually hospitals sometimes do have beds out in the hallways because, well, they only have so much space, and sometimes they need
That's fair.
people. But does that mean that this is a hospital? Does that mean that these are hospital rooms or operating rooms?
That's the theory, I guess.
I wouldn't say that's the theory, it's just that who's to say, really? That is an explanation for why there could be a
Well-
bed. Maybe they have beds as a different cultural sort of thing. We are making a lot of assumptions based on our current modern times and understanding of hospitals and whatnot.
This is true.
As you pass by the doorway, if you look a little bit north, you can see Sylvester sort of like examining this thing. It appears that he has these two little drone-like things that appear to be connected to him by thin, like, green strands. But to your east over here, you hear miscellaneous conversation.
Well,
Raziel
way?
stops, walks backwards. Well, so they're the ones that have the actual weird thing, so I'm going to look at the weird thing.
okay.
Looks, steps through.
Yep. You see the center of this table holds a pearl-like structure which appears to be reflecting the light that is put onto it, but not necessarily glowing of its own volition. Sylvester looks up to you as you arrive and regards you. Oh, hello. I've just been investigating these tables.
We've mostly been investigating what seems to be some sort of drawing off room and doors.
Oh, yes. I spent a lot of time investigating that.
Of course. As anybody would do.
Any scientist would do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you?
Irene chimes in. Would you happen to know what that terrible sound was?
It seemed to be that the man with the robot had discharged a laser or something of the sort. I didn't really get a good look because they were much further down the hallway.
Yes, we were investigating,
Yes,
but then I got bored, and this seems more interesting.
Marley walks in to your like general sight range. They're holding two of the pink things you're looking for. One of them has the structure that Volta specifically like, showed you. One of them is simply outside of its structure. Yeah, nothing really seems to be in this place, so well, other than stuff you guys would be interested in.
I see. Have you divined the nature of that thing?
Beats me. I myself am not too certain. It is a structure that is affixed into the center of this platform. Tables that have things on them don't have that structure. So...
Oh, what's that?
This isn't discharging electricity or anything. This appears to be like a weird, like, device.
A weird device, you say? Well, I love weird devices, I say, as I find my ability.
Gwydion, to set a little bit of tone here, right? You put your hand on this thing, you start to try and like deconstruct it, and like by the time you're like, oh, this is where this part comes out, and it's like, oh, that's not like a nail or anything, that's something else. You like slowly start to realize that if you like start to take this thing apart, you might not actually be able to put it back together. It is made very complicated and very esoterically. It seems to lack any functional, like, signs that it was created by actual tools or with a blueprint or schematic to it. It wasn't necessarily even built in parts. This thing seems to have maybe been made just like this and doesn't have a concrete way to take it apart that would leave it functional.
Theoretically, as he says, as he, looks at the one thing like he's just, just about to take off, I think he just kind of lifts and looks it around. They might have had a sort of advanced 3D printing sort of manufacturing. That's interesting. He sets it back down gently.
You also feel like there is a strange, like it has a strange texture unlike what you would imagine it would have, given it looks like a sort of metallic material and it almost feels like a smooth, like, I don't know how to describe it, just a smooth texture.
Yeah.
I really want to pop this bitch in the reliquary, not gonna lie.
This shit's massive.
Yeah, it was described as the big room, so...
I know, but like, when you see just like how big, like, trying to find the edge.
Yes. How high up is the ceiling?
Very high. Like, not so high that you can't see it, but it's like, it's in the dark.
Oh, there it is.
Woodion's
Is
gonna...
this some kind of meeting room or
Nope,
ante
still
room
not
or
the edge.
something?
Well, there it is.
Woodion's gonna drag the weird tech thing over to one of the weird, not light bulbs, but, just to see if they have any interaction together.
You try to, like, pull the weird tech thing off the table, and it appears to be trapped by the bounds of the table.
Oh, there's another table.
Well, this one's gonna be pretty
Oh.
loud. He's gonna start trying to drag the table over to it.
It is... like... it is too heavy. Like, you start, and you're like, oh, maybe it's a little bit of give. Oh, that's my legs! Like, it's not like, oppressive, like, hurting you. It just is really heavy.
So does the table seem to be made out of the same metal as the bed frame of the bed, or no?
No.
This might be either incredibly dense or some equivalent to magnetically charged or sealed against the ground. That is Very annoying, but very interesting simultaneously.
Vanilla, as you like go around, this like flashlight is pointed towards you, and you hear like some shuffling from the dark.
I come and pee. Oh, hello. Hi. I was just
Where
trying to
is
find
the
the edge of the room.
windows,
They look at you for a moment. They give you a thumbs up, and then
Pro flashlight. Go fuck yourself.
People is in the water, huh?
they nod.
I wonder if the orb that was on it fell in the water or not.
What in the world?
Speaking with the mute, he like walks up.
Hey, that's rude. Don't be ableist.
You're right. I'm sorry, L Company.
I hate this so much.
But either way, we haven't been able to get anything done here. We've just been going across the walls and all of that shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Big...
The big device.
What the fuck is that?
Ooh, there's one of the
So-
goop things, it seems.
Raziel and Gwydion, you investigate this device. And yeah, you find one of the goop things, just sort of lying on, like, what looks like a counter surrounding this massive structure. There is only darkness behind the screen, but it is transparent enough that you can see a large, like, just, you know, amount of, like, pink goo inside of it. You see there are these crystals around, but, like, there is no light in this thing. There's no functional, like, well, functionality to it. There are these two, like, hoses coming out of the side, and at the top has one of those strange platforms just sort of bolted onto it. You have no idea what purpose this could serve.
So the pink... The pink looks like a similar sort of pink as the goop, or no, to confirm?
Considering it's kind of dark in there, it is a little hard to tell. When L Company runs up with the flashlight and illuminates, like, a little bit, like, and the light, like, bounces off, slightly, you can tell it is at least similar, but again, it's dark and hard to tell.
So considering, like, again, assumptions here, but considering we were under a very basic idea that this might be a hospital, and the military men that said that the goop might have some sort of medicinal properties, that does make this, he just gestures to the overall structure, seem to line up more with that theory.
Look at this shit. Points squid. And whatever that is.
Squid?
Squid?
It, you know, kind of looks like a squid, but it's like...
Is
Like-
it squid? Is it a
like,
kid?
it's really not like a... like, organic squid. This is like a squid-shaped something.
So, do the tubes from the big thing, do they seem to, like, be able to stretch out, or do they have, like, a very set limit of how far they can move out?
It is a very set limit.
'Cause I would assume that this is some sort of dispenser of sorts, but I'm not sure.
Any thoughts on these things, Gwydion?
Squid.
Squid?
What about you, Raziel? Any understanding of more organic, biotechnical in your studies?
Well, just hold on. I'm going to as Raziel will just briefly go through, all of the quids recorded in human history. I assume this does not match any of them, or...
As mentioned, it has a squid-like shape, but it is not like organic squid. This is not like a squid species that you've recorded.
Squid stylized.
Or that anyone has recorded, I see.
Yeah.
Well, it has certainly never been seen anywhere else before.
I wonder what the capsule around it is.
Maybe
Tap,
some kind
tap.
of containment. This place seems almost like some kind of strange display
Research
room.
hall. Oh.
Yes. Well,
Maybe
I
a
think
museum of some variety?
it could be any of those, I guess.
Research
don't really know what-
facility.
My first thought is a display hall, considering, for one, it's in glass. I'm not an... Obviously, it could just be there for storage, right? But it seems like a lot of these things are sort of out for people to peruse, and with how big the room is, I think that would make sense. A room this big, there would have to be a reason why they would dedicate such a large amount of space to this.
Ooh, I wonder.
Right? Either a lot of people would be going through here, or maybe something else.
I have an idea.
Manfred and the robot and their teammates silently enter the room, but seem to be passing through.
Everything seemed fine, or considering we heard your sound earlier, but investigating other things, etc.?
They, Manfred at least, jumps a little bit. Yes. You are regarding me. Pardon? He moves forward a little bit.
Have you confirmed hostiles?
Oh, yes. Some living thing lurched out of the waters, and I'm only alive now thanks to this device of my genius. He motions to Oxid. It makes no regard.
So did it actually do anything, or did you just see something move and then immediately shoot it?
It... They pause a moment. It tried to make like it wanted me to come closer, and then lurched out of the water, and I will note, I believe, Oxid did react a little quickly, but... Go on, tell them. They, look to, the hooded fellow.
The hooded fellow kinda blinks once or twice. They then, after staying silent for an awkwardly long time...
I'm not sure what you want me to say, Doctor. But... yes, the robots blasted it before it could really do much of anything. Past what the doctor described, so...
He nods.
Carry on, then.
Very strange looking thing. Interesting, too.
So where'd Vanilla go? What are they up to, James? They had a
Vanilla's
theory?
over there looking up at the water hole.
All these tables seem to have things on them, but this one fell into the water, so I'm gonna do some bullshit, right? So Vanilla's gonna switch into their falsehood kit, and they're going to create a soul weapon, right? Let me just write what the memory is.
Are you getting a fishing soul? Like,
I wouldn't put it past them, considering one of the episodes they were on.
No, it's just spending 5 hours fishing when they were 8.
Oh,
You know,
that
fishing-
works too, I guess.
Fishing rod.
yeah.
They do not know how to fish, though, so they're just gonna awkwardly try to see if they can hook anything.
They're gonna spend
by
5
pure
hours.
blunt force.
You thrust it in there. No bites yet.
So does this thing that Vanilla walked past seem to be paper or stone? Like, what is that? Just confirm in case it was what was on the table.
That is a displaced stone.
Okay. Just considering the cracks on it looked like a display plate, so I just wanted to make sure.
It's just like moving rod up and down awkwardly, trying to see if they can like force hook anything onto the end of the fishing rod.
Did that Manfred fellow strike you as odd?
Asocial at the very least. I think
Do you think it's really true that they might have seen something alive down here?
I would say that it's very highly likely, considering that this seemed to have, at least at one point, have been belonged to some intelligent society. Similarly, Raziel, let's grab Vanilla and check on to see if whoever he shot is fine, considering he...
Oh, to be clear, by the way, we haven't gone to the path up north. We've been sticking to this area, if that's somewhere you would like to be. I'm far too intrigued by this compass thing, and he runs over.
Yes.
I see.
Any progress on your hypothesis, as it were, Vanilla?
Well, if there is something in the water here, I holds fishing rod that is mysteriously epithet shaped question mark. It's not working. So reels up rod. If there's something in there, it's not hooking. As I I don't know how fishing rods work.
Just considering, like, how it is, you can assume that if there was anything on this table, which may have even included the pearl, as there's an empty socket in the center of the table, it has rolled down into this hole and probably found its way to the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, unless we're very close to a seabed, the current would have taken it, and it would have descended further.
Well, there's at the very least, if there is anything in that water, it's not going on my hook at least, so, that's something.
Right. I don't know if you heard, but apparently Manfred's group saw something which gestured to him, and then his robot then immediately shot it. So I want to check on if there is intelligent life over there, and if it's fine.
Oh, alright. Dissipates fishing rod. Might as well.
Excuse us, pardon me.
Scusi?
No problem. And let me go ahead and switch tracks, just because I feel like it's time to do something like that. As, you continue moving through. Stones, walls broken, yet no further sign of water damage and the like. You notice this door, or this archway that's, like, open here, does have, like, things on the sides which you could assume could, like, snap shut to form, like, a very tight door, but it appears that any functionality for that is long past its days.
Does it seem to be, like,
Considering-
more metallic or stone in nature for that?
A strange mixture. It shimmers slightly like metal, but it is very rigid like metal, but it also has, when you feel over it, like a stone-like texture.
Even if we
Like
don't
it's
find
pearlescent or something.
any life or more of this goop situation, I do at the very least think that we should take a lot of the materials here to then run tests in a more spectrographic sense back on land.
It might be good to get some carbon dating on some of this, figure out just how old some of this is, or at least get a rough estimate on that.
Yes.
Oh,
It seems like
another
there's like a
lock.
cave-in on this door, or...
Yes, there is just a cave-in with vines and so on upon that door. As you come across this corner, you see the usual, like, hydrophobic material, but on the other side, it looks tarnished. Like, almost as though the, sea has started to claim this little area. You can tell also, that there is just a blast mark in some of this stone. It appears to be almost completely unharmed.
Last, my socks can be dried.
As for your socks are dried.
Yes.
As you go through, you see no necessary sign of anything living having been killed here. Though potentially given the description, if it did die, it most likely would have fallen through the ocean.
Fishing rod time, baby.
In which case, there's no, blood or any similar sort of material strewn about, is there?
Nope.
Wiggles rod in water.
Hmm.
Well, if there was something, it looks like it probably sunk far enough that it's not gonna Wiggles rod.
Do you have bait on that, Vanilla? Or is it just the rod?
No, I'm just trying to see if I can hook anything on the hook, just to see if there's anything that, snags, like fabrics or loose materials or...
Yes, maybe your spooky, horrifying power makes it come equipped with bait. I don't know.
I... Reels it up, it's just a hook. I didn't think that far. Do you have... You got stuff in there, Raz. You got any, anything that can, might attract fish?
Hold on,
Honey
let me
fish.
reach into my mini fridge. He fucking seems to close his eyes and, put his hand up as if he is, sifting through some kind of great archive in his mind, and then he pulls out a sandwich.
Vanilla and, Raziel, right? You guys are both turned around. Woody and I imagine the only one watching the pool at this point. You see a little bit of surface disturbance.
Hmm.
And then after a moment...
slightly pull Vanilla a bit closer, but otherwise do nothing.
After a moment, from the water, splorsh, a little head pops up.
Oh!
Hello?
Hi.
Give her the sandwich.
Holds out sandwich. Hi?
Peace offering?
They would slowly come closer, pull themselves up out of the water, and one hand take the sandwich. You see this person very short, less than 5 feet tall, very large shark tail behind them as they sort of come out of the water. Okay, this is better.
So,
Hi.
first simple question. What do you call the language you're currently speaking?
Oh, this is English.
Interesting, good to know. Do you speak any other languages?
Yes, Atlantian.
Alright. Very
Ah.
simple, that's what I assumed
Quickly
to some
writes
extent.
down, Atlantis is real. Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, Atlantis is
no,
real,
no.
Raz.
Not Atlantis, Atlantia.
Oh, Atlantia. Quickly
Ah.
corrects.
Interesting.
Atlantia is real.
Is there an Atlantis?
There
Yes.
is.
It's taken over by rats, though.
Atlantis is the, at least to us surface dwellers, the most understood and well-known theoretical oceanic society. So yes.
Oh. Are you going to explode me if I come through here?
No.
No,
That's exactly why I came over here, because I heard that the other man was assuming you were trying to kill him for some forsaken
no.
reason.
They're
don't
brutes
do
and
that.
soldiers. They will assume anything was going to try and kill them.
I'm here to help.
Help?
Yes, I heard from the others that you are coming in here and the other area, and we have not been here at all. So
I
I'm
see.
not sure what's here.
Interesting.
I
so,
see. Well, it is nice to meet
this
you.
structure Atlantean in nature then, or is this something else?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have not introduced myself. They take a moment, put their hands together, and bow. Lamari, Malika. I am one of the princesses of Atlantia.
I see. Nice to meet you. Just extends a hand, very very casually. I'm
They smile and
Raziel.
stick their hand out. Take
I'm
it.
Raziel Lamesha, the scholar of the Aquatent Acropolis.
Oh.
Yes, quick question. Is Wamari your first or last name and so on and so forth, considering different societies use naming structures differently?
I suppose it would be first. I don't suppose we put that much thought into it, though. It's really only me and my siblings and my other two friends.
What's your relation to this location? This place?
Oh, this is one of many places built by Atlanteans a very long time ago. This is where they would conduct I believe it is explorations on the nature of the universe we live in to improve life, from what I read.
Research facility.
Mhm,
That's
mhm.
what this is.
A classic.
Yes, sorry, but to continue on introductions, my name is Gwydion Donhart. I'm a researcher of lexical and otherwise magics.
And I'm Vanilla Folia, a researcher primarily of magic.
They tilt their head.
It's a
Magic.
system of manipulating the world around you. I don't know if you
That
know
sounds
what...
scary.
I mean,
Why
as
would
much
you
as
do that to
anything
the
else
world?
is.
I don't know. Why do you build or do anything?
To make life better, I think.
Exactly.
I don't know. That's. Oh, okay.
Well, that is a reason then.
So, if you do not understand what magic is, what do you... he takes some seawater, he just kind of drops it on the floor. What is powering this sort of thing in that case? Is it science, or is it some other weird third thing?
I'm sorry, I did not work here.
Fair enough.
Well, you know what? Fair. I don't know how airplanes work.
Oh, I'm so glad I was taught English.
Yes,
They like
that does raise a question. Who did teach you that?
Oh, one of the people who were exploring the residential area before you all started doing this, apparently.
So you
Like half
learned
an hour
the
ago.
entire language in that simple a time frame?
Well, no, I did not learn it in that instance. We had met before a long time ago, and they had taught me a lot. And I also just kind of got a lot. They pause a moment. Hold on. So I can spread English to my friends.
I think I'm getting a little confused here on the timeline. How long ago are we talking?
Oh, maybe a year of your time, I think it is called.
So
Was when me and them met, and then
I see.
And
How did
who
we
is
get
them?
down here?
Alpha, and then I think 20-minute time ago I spoke with them, and they told I was go here.
Mm-hmm. So, do you know how they came down here before? 'Cause this structure just got here.
Yeah.
What structure?
The
wait.
surface.
He stomps down this one.
No, this was always here.
Yes,
I
no, but
think.
there is
Accessible
a
to us.
there is
Reminder
a
that we might not be in the same
portal.
location as what got
yes.
exposed.
I was just there is a portal on the west end of this area that took us down here to this section, as it were.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm not.
My question mainly is, do you know how the person that you talked to before, this Amari, managed to get down here? Because the entrance that we understand it to be...
Oh, no, not
was
Amari. It was... wait.
What?
Alva
Oh, yes,
is who
sorry.
I spoke to.
I don't know how I said the wrong name then. Anyway. Point being... did they tell you how they got down here before? Because...
Yes.
And that would be...
The, I guess emerged, entrance to, the hub of this particular region, I suppose.
And they're saying that they found that thing a year ago, is what you're saying.
Oh, no, they did not find that. It was a different temple.
Different temple.
So, how
there's multiple.
many are there, then?
Oh, they're...
If to your knowledge, at least, say.
They're everywhere, I think. It's just that some are taken over by, well, other more hostile beings of the sea. A dictator of sorts, and others simply are no longer functional, and others are simply empty, and, I go around and try to restore them as best as I possibly can for the sake of preserving them. And I don't usually go here, because I was told by one of my siblings that this place usually has things that don't work.
Yes, it seems
And
from it as we
also it
understand so
gets
far.
lonesome in these places.
And so
The
No, he just turns to Raziel. And so your library doesn't have anything about this society or structures then, right, Raziel?
No, it does not appear to so. I don't think, at the very least, if humanity has ever made contact with,
It
these
could be
Atlanteans.
just that the other Atlanteans have become so mythologized that everything else was buried underneath.
Potentially, but my sources trace back to pretty much the dawn of, well, human writing, so...
Is it possible people might have gotten the two confused at some point?
Potentially.
I mean, the names are similar enough.
It is possible that
similar
there was some
concept.
conflation. I mean,
So-
all information has a bias of being recorded by someone, no matter how much we try otherwise.
Obviously, you can speak
Omari,
your
like,
own
blinks.
language, but do you know the writing system of your language?
Oh, yes.
In which case, Gwydion opens to where his notes have been. Can you tell us what these symbols mean? Basically all the door scribbles.
First, next, tertiary, I believe would be the translation in your tongue. Hold
Alright,
on.
so I was...
1 second.
Oh?
Lamari pauses a moment and sighs. Can I try, something with one of you?
That depends.
I have we have the ability to share, like, skills with each other, and I had English shared with me from a human, so I am thinking sharing my
Alright, if you're
language with
going
you?
to do that, I would suggest do it with either myself or Raziel here. Vanilla has some things going on, and I would rather not have any feedback of any kind on either direction for that.
Probably
Oh, okay.
smart.
I will note, like, as you guys have been talking to Guamare, that everything they've been saying has been feeling incredibly genuine, mostly because you can genuinely feel, like, exactly what they are feeling. Not like the feeling is forced onto you, but you can just tell that is what their feelings are.
Yeah, no, just similarly during this conversation of when she says tertiary and all that, Gwydion underlines and then writes in, I was right, under, theoretically, this is a numbering system for each door.
Lamau.
Okay. Which
I don't
one,
particularly care either way. It's
I would prefer
Raziel. Okay, in that case, sure. Is this a touch thing, just a agreement thing? What do I need to do?
Wamori steps forward and like leans up and effectively, if allowed, would just give Gwydion a small like kiss on the cheek, effectively.
Not sure about
Fucking
that, but sure, I
angry cat
guess.
expression, glare.
Blink, blink. Oh, is it not an acceptable gesture in your culture?
It's more of a romantic gesture as opposed to something that is platonic in nature, if you know what those words are. But yes, he says, leaning down, go ahead.
They do it. It's very quick. They don't try to like make it a big thing. And when you like look down, you can, or at the page again, you can feel like, oh yeah, this is like, I understand another language, but it's like, it's a little rough. You feel like there's no surge of infectious power through you. It is almost as though like, oh, this is just something that is natural to a certain extent. And then they step back. I suppose hopefully that will help you not trigger anything that is dangerous. I don't know how long that will last, especially if I go away, so I could just try and hide. But I am a little bit scared of, well...
The Green Man, yes, no, that makes sense.
I did not realize humans would be so scary.
There is a wide, he's saying this in Atlantean, a variety of humans, and I assumed as soon as he said that the moment you beckoned at him, as opposed to doing any other sort of gesture, that this was a cowardice type, etc., etc.
They seem surprised that you speak to them in like Atlantean, but then, you know, just sort of clap their hands. If you are needing me, I can try to be here. I will be trying to transfer myself through these, and walk around, or no, swim around. Sorry, words conflated. So that I can be on call in case something dangerous happens. Unless there is something more you need of me?
No, I think that sounds fine. Considering you said there was only a handful of you left, how do you, like, obviously you said that there was this person that told you many things about human language. What do you think, do you understand the concept of call, or how does that shake out then, as an aside?
Concept of what?
Sorry, carry on. He just turns around to start.
I didn't actually hear what you said.
She said, in case you need to call on me, so he was asking what do you understand of the concept of quote-unquote call?
Oh, to, speak aloud for something?
Not an incorrect interpretation. It's just, there's a call means a lot more on the surface world due to technological advancements, so I was just curious.
Oh. I see.
Before you go, you say in case of some kind of emergency or something, to call. What exactly would be around here that would be worthy of such a situation?
Other
I
than
don't.
the man who shot at you.
I don't know. As I said, I do not go in these places, and I very especially do not go into the jails.
The jails.
Yes, there are jails.
Are there people in those jails?
They wouldn't know. They just said they weren't here before, Aziel.
I have read that. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not very useful. There's, I was born after.
Oh. Similar question. Two questions, actually. One, how long do your species live? Obviously, I know seconds and minutes are weird for you, but years, you'd understand it, seemingly. And two, how... Sorry, just focus on the one question, actually.
Yes, what kind of timescale are we dealing with?
I think that we live very long. I've never been told exactly what happened. I think my mother has been alive forever.
And how long have you been alive?
They start counting on their, like, fingers.
In terms of, like, years, not, like, full moons or anything like that.
Oh.
Although if you needed to use full moons or something, I could translate it.
I don't know about translating into moons.
Yes, you're saying moons, guys, but they live underwater, seemingly.
I mean, the moon affects the titles, so it could be, you know...
somewhere within probably 130 of your years.
Alright, so at least...
But...
You would say you're on the younger adolescent side of your kind, yes?
Yeah, roughly. I'm not even, I am of adult age, but I am not of the age where, Atlanteans start to become very large.
Very large? How big is large?
Compared...
If there were 1 to 4 times as big as you, how big would that be, if not bigger?
I've never seen a real adult Atlantean. My mother is a very strange situation because she does not take physical form.
Right.
Oh, excuse me.
Is your mother some sort of deity of sorts?
Oh yes, she is the queen of the Atlanteans and also religiously followed. And I'm pretty sure she created every one of us.
Yes, deity, whatever. When you say so, she created you all and all of that stuff. But like, does she? Wait, you just said that she doesn't manifest in physical form. Like, how does that? How does she manifest then?
Usually as a large, mass of...
Just tell it to me in Atlantean, and then I'll do my best to translate
gestures. Gwydion, they turn to you and they start to explain. It's effectively like this shadowy mass, but it's not like they're literal shadows. They're like, or like energy, or like they're just like some form. It is hard to, as they describe it, pinpoint it as solid, liquid, gas, or any fit form of matter. It is like they are almost essence. But then they turn back to English and they say, but they also can sometimes use a small marionette to in their stead.
Gwydion just turns. The short end of the description is their quote-unquote normal form, should they manifest it, is more of an esoteric essence as opposed to a physicality.
Oh.
I see.
Wow.
So
Okay.
it
Normal mom
fits as per the
things.
deity-esque figure as was described. And in any case, I think we're getting lost in the seaweeds here. I think
That
this
was
is...
good.
I like to think so.
You're funny.
Goes it back to like from behind Gwydion, like
I think
glaring.
the more interesting thing to note here is if she is about 130, if that is correct, and is roughly in the age range as she thinks, that they probably have a lifespan roughly equivalent to 3, maybe to 3.5 times the length of a long-lived human. So probably, you'd say that it caps out around 350, you would think, yes?
I wouldn't know. I mean, my siblings have all been alive for longer than that, and I think.
Oh, I just assumed you were the oldest sibling. Which of your siblings is the oldest?
My eldest sister.
Yes, that your eldest sister would be the eldest, but like, how old? I mean to say.
I don't know. They are still about in the same state as me, though maybe a little bit older. They are not so adult that they've begun growing massive.
So,
I think my mother has said that we'd live basically forever.
don't know about that, considering the fact that there's
Well,
only a handful of you, but regardless.
Not most Atlanteans. Just us.
Fair enough, that you are equivalent to a demigod if she truly is a deity-esque figure. Do you have a father?
No, I have another parent though.
And what are they?
What do you mean?
Are they human, or are they Atlantean, or what exactly
They're
just...
Atlantean.
Are they the same situation as your mom?
Are they female, or just to confirm on that, considering it could be like a clownfish situation?
They like seem confused.
Does your culture have
Is your other
gender?
parent another mother, or are they something else?
They are they do not consider male or female. They are waves hands trying to find answer.
Okay, you could just say it to me in Atlantean and I'll try to translate it best.
They just simply don't conform to like gender. They are just their other parent.
I see.
And they would be, but they wanted to stay short, so my mother helped them with that. They nod.
So the deity-esque capabilities of them allowed them to augment their partner's physicality. Interesting.
We can also just sort of do that, but she is very good at it.
Poggers.
Well, Mari is like very like genuine, but she's like, oh, I'm in a conversation. I don't know when I can stop.
Oh, well, you won't be able to stop for a while.
Okay, I really hope that none of the others stumble upon this.
If they do, we'll
Others
stop 'em.
being the other researchers or something else?
The guy.
Yes, no,
The
he
guy who
went to the
blasted you, yeah.
north area. Considering that, do you know if any of your other siblings are coming around here? Because while talking to you is very
they're
interesting and
busy.
okay, just considering the fact that he has a shoot-on-sight situation, I would probably want to
he
catch up
would
to them.
not. They would not be okay if they shot at them.
Hmm. It's like
They can live with the consequence.
I don't, they like pause and put their hands behind their back. I, truth be told, probably would have been fine, but also I don't want to make an enemy of humans.
and that is the smart thing to do, as opposed to shooting on sight. Last question. Obviously,
I'm also-
I know
sorry,
Raziel
what?
is very interested in asking you every question that comes to his mind. Do you know what this is, and what do you call it? He says, pulling out the structured goop that he found.
Oh, that's the pink stuff. I don't know what that is.
Pink stuff.
Oh,
Hmm.
I see. Pink stuff.
Pink drink.
So, in
It,
which case, it predates the current society.
It like kind of looks like something that is familiar, and I feel a little bit of cognistic essence from it, but I'm not really certain about it.
A bit of what?
Oh, hold on. Cognistic essence.
Oh yes.
Elaborate.
What does that term mean?
Oh right.
Obviously, I
What do
understand
they
that
say in
cogni
Atlantean?
is a Latin term for the mind, but aside from that, of course.
Effectively, they translate it in Atlantean. It's sort of like formulated expression of the inner self.
Interesting. So, you have a sort of emotional, intelligent capability to impart things upon things. Interesting.
Yeah, we all have that. I'm just really
Now, is
good
that
at
an all
the,
as in your mother and her children, or
oh
all
no,
as in all?
everyone, every Atlantean, and I guess you guys too, apparently, but I don't know how that works.
I mean, I would
guess
assume
one
in
might
that case
not
that it
have
is
that.
theoretically just a side effect of having the mind. It would be a matter of figuring out how to use it properly.
That sounds suspiciously like psionics, or
I
at least
mean,
something similar.
considering the fact that it has cogni in the name, I assume it is a
That-
Atlantean branch of psionics in origin, yes.
I've heard that word said before. I do not know about it. I only really know what I can do and what my other friends can do and my siblings and so on and so forth. But
I can
I
lend
mean,
you
I
a
can-
book on it. He pulls out a book.
Can she
Could
read
you
that
recommend her a book that is capable of hydrophobia, Raziel? Otherwise,
Don't
her
worry.
reading space
my
is
epithet
rather
protects
limited.
anything put in the aqua
I could-
necropolis from
I
any
could-
lasting damage.
because I showed it to the other people too, I could show you how it looks.
That
I mean,
would
might as
be
well.
preferable.
though? Yeah, well.
Yep, they close their eyes and take a moment, and the area seems to grow a little bit dim as like these outlines of like fish begin to surround the area, and like seaweed and ocean, and you just feel like this emotional like depth as it also feels almost like their identity is sort of like pushing itself. You literally like feel as like you understand them like more as this like sort of area like climbs out and sort of manifests over where you are, and you feel a very overwhelming power beyond what you've seen felt like before, like beyond normal like psychic power or like epithet or anything like that. for how meek and timid they are, Wamari feels like really fucking strong for like no reason.
Hmm.
And
Oof.
after a moment, they like pull it, they like turn it off.
I'm gonna chalk at least like 20% of that off to being demigod, but that can be tested for later.
If that helps, I don't know if it did.
I would say it does, at least on a general level, to say the basic understanding.
Raziel is writing down info. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes.
Are the lens of your glasses green because your eyes are? Does that help the light go in?
Oh, what? No, not particularly.
Oh.
Sort of pulls out glasses. They don't actually have like a tint or anything.
Oh.
It's just the lighting. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's just the lighting.
It's just
You
the
see,
light from the northeast of my token, you see.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
you see, there's something known as like light polarization. I'm sure you're probably pretty familiar. No, hold on, wait before you go.
I'm not. No, they're like walking around to like observe
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay.
They're
First
trying to
we
get
gotta
the
find
three
out
quarter shot,
polarization.
the
It's
one
a
third
similar
shot.
reason. It's a similar reason to why the ocean is blue or the sky is blue, but it's just going through gases and they're a little thick, so it can appear slightly different wavelengths traveling through it. It's irrelevant.
Because that is what the Mother Universe decided.
Yes,
Sure, bestie.
that is how the physics fields have arranged themselves. Sort of just adjusts his glasses. Now, I believe we got sidetracked by many interesting revelations. I would like to maybe take a moment to step back and jails.
They step back. Oh yes. There are jails. They are not here. I'm hoping that no one is going in them. I mean, one of my friends Zitale is the most specialized in that area, so they're going over there just in case. But I mean, surely no one would want to
So
go
how
in there.
many areas are there over here, considering? Because there are 3 paths the teleporter thing that we had went
This one is
through.
rather standard, so there are just the 3. But
Okay,
I
then
mean,
yes, there is going to be
clear.
roughly 15 people going in there in the next checks watch 10 minutes, I'd assume.
Unless they were the first group, in which case they're already there.
I mean, considering that they said that their friend was already in that first thing, that means that that was not the prison.
Now-
That's
now-
not good.
Guys,
That is not good.
yes. Well,
You do
I
check
don't know,
your
they'll
watch,
deal
Woody,
with
and
it,
I
I
will
guess.
note, just based on how much time has passed, it is likely that they've already filtered in.
He taps the watch. Maybe a bit less than that, actually. Pressure might be messing with this thing. Oh yes, that brings up another question. How are we breathing down here? Is the pressure... What is causing the pressurization to not immediately crush this thing, if you understand?
Pressure?
You
Yes,
know how
you know-
water theoretically squeezes down on you the further you go down? Or is that not a thing that your species has to deal with? Presumably.
Oh. I sort of feel that, but I don't really think our people get affected by that. We have a very thin barrier around ourselves made of our power question mark that just
Right. Is there a similar sort of surrounding energy around this structure in that case, or is there something else that
Well,
causes it to
yes,
work?
sort of like with residential, there is a core of cognistic energy, I think, that is sort of just here, So it is probably not giving you a barrier, but the construction of this place and the combination of that is like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Woodian's gonna try
I'm
to
making guesses.
sketch out the weird thing with the goo and the crystals that we saw earlier. And similarly on that, do you know what this is, or is that similar to what you're assuming that this might be?
I've never seen that before in my entire life.
Alright, in that case, he just writes down unknown invention for the theoretical advancement of that society. Alright, good to know. Understanding what is logistically causing it so that this isn't succumbing to pressurization is at least a very strong step in the correct direction,
Am I
I'd
being
say.
helpful?
I would say so.
Okay, good.
Yes. Although I would recommend in the future, that when people ask questions, and you're trying to answer them, just try and answer them, and also, any, potential relevant, adjacent information.
Oh. Define, with adjacent how?
Well, when we were asking about age of your siblings, and it's like, oh, eldest sister, and it's like, yes, but what about their age? And it's like, oh no, it's like, we were already asking about it, in a way.
Oh. I'm sorry, I just thought you wanted to know, who the second oldest person I knew was.
It's a matter of
When in doubt,
perspective,
assume-
Raziel. Sorry, continue, Vanilla.
I was just gonna say, when in doubt, assume we want as much intricate detail as possible right now.
Okay.
Yes. Sometimes you must realize, sometimes we don't have the full context for relating information, and so the more you explain, the better.
They look between all of you. I want
First.
I want to be friends with humanity.
That is wonderful.
Gwydion has taken out another notebook as an aside, of course, and he's doing his best to write out a codex of Atlantean as a language so that he could then try to relearn it whenever he's not under this effect, effectively, just as an aside.
This is exciting. I've never been in this place before or spoken to this many humans in one day.
Yes. Well, I'm sure that you could introduce yourself and interact with plenty of humans.
This cognistics is related to the mind, right? We heard that apparently if too many people are in this at once, they start to get really bad headaches.
They
Is
were
that
talking
theory?
about this, yes. I don't know why. I think it is, like I said before, where I can I can share with you and humans can share with me. There is some connection there, but I mean, you all do not have the capacity to do the cognistics type thing. Well, you probably do, but it would be very hard. Maybe you don't, but probably
My
not.
assumption then is that it's some sort of effectively equivalent to mental pressurization, since your body does have understanding of resistance to physical pressurization due to the field.
If it helps any, it is meant to less be just from the mind and more from the who you are. So it might
like
be
the soul or something?
No, well, kind of. It's kind of a lot.
No,
It's like personality, but like deeper.
getting into trying to explain conceptual ideas of ego and so on being manifested is something that can be done in a more leisurely time. We are here to study, and getting into the weeds on cultural differences as such, I don't think we... That would take a long time for us to truly understand as to how you are trying to explain it.
Yes. You should, probably do what you're here to do and then probably leave as soon as...
Similarly, considering you said everything, he's gonna take out a map, just generally, two different maps, one of the coastal United States and one of just of the world. Is there any part of this that you think where we are right now, if you would understand what this map is? Because...
They, like, stare at it.
he just kind of, like, taps with his pipe. This is where we entered the portal from. He taps where the fucking Daybreak Bay is.
That's supposed to be underwater. I think.
Well, the tides have receded.
Oh. Then
That is why this area has been exposed.
here they, like, point their finger, like, somewhere a little bit, like, further off.
Alright, that is good to know at the very least.
But the jail is, the jail. You are not going there, hopefully, thankfully, but...
Not us, at least, no.
That's, like, somewhere else. I could not tell you, because that is the same place, no matter where you go to it from.
And where was the place that your friend that you were talking about before you got here was?
I could not tell you. Somewhere.
What kind of criminals would you... I mean, I guess any criminals, but...
Crime?
It's...
Water criminals.
Yes, I
the
know,
people that
but...
did the things to get put in prison, what sort of things did they do if they did anything?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Did they loiter, or did they,
No.
big murder?
We did not put Atlanteans in prison by force. This was explained to me. That you guys put your people in boxes and make them rot if they do something wrong.
That depends on what they did,
horrid.
but yes.
From what I read, there are only the most dangerous of dangerous things in there that even the researchers in places like this deemed were dangers to the entire universe as a whole. And also Atlanteans who simply felt they needed to be in there for one reason or another.
Huh.
We don't really use it, but we upkept it. Oh.
They're gonna be in for it, huh?
I say we, but I do realize that we is people who are gone.
So no one has been upkeeping it, is what I'm hearing.
To say, considering you said one of your sisters is going there, I don't know how strong
not my
your...
sister. No, that is my friend Zitale.
Right. In that case, Zitale, how capable of you are sending a message out to them? Because he just kind of like flips through and checks the paper. At least to my understanding, a handful of the people that are going in on that side are not exactly the best of people, and there are also people related to death as a concept going there, so there's just... That seems like it's a bad situation all around.
Well... How do I put this? I am pretty sure Zitale could beat, if I were to put it plainly, maybe 100 of the weird guy. Or more. They are very strong.
Yes, but the weird guy is... If you're talking about the one that shot at you, he is not really much in comparison to the people that I'm talking about that are going over there.
Probably many more. Many tens or hundreds more. They are very strong. They can pick me up in one hand.
Right. I don't think I can really explain what a Vanderbilt is to you, so that's,
There's like a Pong game going on between their eyes when you mention Vanderbilt, like they don't know what that is.
Imagine someone like me, but much, 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 much stronger than me.
Oh. 1/10 of a Zitale.
Maybe a bit more.
I don't really
That's
have
pretty
data
strong.
on what Epithet is capable of, so I'm just going to say... Let's put it at a very, at least rough half Zitale, how about?
In fact, I remember one of them is at least a crazy, like, fish lady, so...
Is that the case? I didn't know about that one.
Yes.
There's
She uses
so many
big
of them.
hammers. I don't really know what, like, villainous stuff she does.
That reminds me, those banners on the temples that were taken over strangely had hammers on them. That's weird.
Hmm.
You know, I think I'm going to allow that part to just play out how it will, because I don't really know if blind conjecture will
Even if it is
really be meaningful to you.
even if it is really the same person, that doesn't seem to be connected to the prison, so that's not really any... I wouldn't say not our problem, but not really anything we could even...
Oh, yes.
situation really
Not-
regard any occurring anyways.
Thank the
Not
currents
currently
they did
relevant.
not go into the jail. They would probably die.
Hmm.
A lot of people probably would.
Joy.
Well, in that
Oh.
case, you better get on that.
Yes, I
Enjoy
will
your
go and-
sandwich.
I will go and tell Zitale and then come back. If you meet any other Atlanteans, well, we are always looking for more because haha, sarcastic, dry laughter. There
Yes,
are not
we
many.
we can quite literally sense the sarcasm, like metaphysically.
I've already cried today about it, so I think I'm.
Oh, that's
I'm
an
not able to
interesting
cry about
question.
it
Do you
again.
how? Okay, well that I guess partially answers it. Do you drink salt water, or how does your body filter that out? Do you require hydration?
Yeah. I eat and drink.
Do you drink salt water though? That's part of the question.
I
Your body
drink
just
the
filters
I
it
drink
out?
the juice of berries, and
Berries.
yes,
Sea
there are very
berries?
many Atlantean berries. They're
How did
actually
it-
very delicious.
Berries. How did?
There
Sea
there is also just I just drink
Berries are very.
water. We purify it.
Does this happen in an area with air like this, or is this just straight up in the water? Okay, 'cause
Like, this
I was about to
happens,
become very confused as to a berry capable of withstanding oceanic pressures.
There
'cause
is
that
also there are
boggles
also
the
some
mind.
that grow on kelp. It's very deep. I would show you, but I don't think you would be able to go there.
You would probably die. Yes.
Water pressure.
I
Yummy.
could bring you one time when I come back.
That would
Well,
be nice.
no, it would probably be a different day. I'm going to go
It-
now.
It will be the fair trade for that sandwich. You better appreciate that sandwich is using pickles that have been fermented perfectly for 3,000 years. So that is a very high quality sandwich
that's
right there.
older
I-
Exaggerating.
that sounds like it would be Is it vinegar at that point, or are you using some other agent? Like,
Highly
Like a wine.
highly
In-
specific kind of
in front of you, they like move to like eat it, and you see like a row of razor sharp shark teeth as they like bite, and there is just the crunch of a lifetime.
those
they-
tears
they
of joy
scarf
are
the
those
rest of
tears
it
of
down.
suffering. Oh, okay. Tears
They're
of joy.
joy.
Understood.
Well, apparently
Well-
pickles are good.
I'm glad you appreciate it. Yes. I have a
They do little
dwindling
flip into the
supply.
water.
All right. Later.
Goodbye. I will be back. Hopefully for more of that. Not Atlantia. Human cuisine is actually pretty good.
Yes.
Agriculture
at
is
some
one
point
of our
we need
first
to try
inventions.
macaroni. At some point you need to try macaroni and cheese.
Macaroni. Scream into this pool if you need me or have more food.
Of course. And thank you for
Specifically
answering
this
our
pool
question.
or any other pool? Okay.
Yeah, they disappear. And, yeah. Now, with that, you're left with maybe answers, maybe more questions. But also, more to explore, probably.
So this is just like the tertiary door, right?
This is, they didn't say the name of this one, because you couldn't get the symbol of it. But, like, because it's covered. I will play. This one, I believe. Yeah, this one. Because you guys have gotten a little more answers, and I imagine you guys are feeling pretty good.
Yup.
It's interesting, he says as he's writing down his notes. The quote-unquote apostrophe for their language is very hard to write.
Yeah, to be honest, Gwydion, it's really hard to, like, parse this. In writing with Atlantean, you have to write in, like, a spiral pattern, like, going outward, almost. And all of the, like, letters are, like, very circular, and, like, it's very hard to equate to your own language. When you're like, oh, it uses our, like, American, like, naming structure, you realize that, like, writing a name is, like, really fucking complex to the point where it's not just a matter of, like, oh, first name, last name, middle name. It's, like, a matter of, like, a whole ordeal, basically, for someone who doesn't understand it very well.
Considering their lexicon starts from a circular structure, maybe it could be hypothesized that their writing system is based off of whirlpools, which is fascinating to even conceive.
Or shells.
That too, but considering they seem to be deep sea creatures, I would assume whirlpools make more sense.
You look up at this door, Gwydion, and you see written on, like, near, like, the top of the arch is main exploratorium.
Yeah.
Is the best way to translate that.
Yeah. Raziel also will just, like, pull out a book of his about you know, fucking like you know, fundamentals of language, and will just be peering over Gwydion's shoulder, attempting to, like, decipher shit on his end.
Yeah, it predates almost every, like, existent language, and almost even has its own, like, structure, but it's reminiscent.
That is fair.
Derivatives, so on.
Yeah. That is fair, but there are just certain things fundamental to communicating, like the fact that information is being translated. That
for
like,
sure, you can definitely tell that, like, looking at it and cross-referencing, you can see that, like, languages that you are familiar with have, like, very similar, like, cues.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that one was derived from the other, though there are some languages almost like Greek, or, like, some within the, more Asian, languages which have, you know, a lot more similarities
So
than,
as an
say, English. Go on.
As an aside, Rosche, is cognistic the same word in Atlantean, or is cognistic just
it is different.
Okay, yeah. Just
that
considering
is the best, like, conlang.
Yeah, it's very very explicitly last session. It is a it is the best approximation, but at least, like, according to Wamari and the others, it's a very hard word to properly translate.
All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure on that, considering, as Gwydion mentioned, cogni is, of course, Latin in nature, so just interesting to... I would just confirm on if, theoretically, any Latin societies had, in the past, you know, interacted with them, but just good to just know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, long story short, the Atlantean he had shot at is fine and they're not hostile. At least, not all of them, if that were to be the case.
The what? The what?
There
The
was a...
Atlantean.
Yes, it would seem to be the case.
We're in Atlantis?
And Atlantis. It doesn't seem to be the one that are generalized myths.
No. We're
Predict.
specifically in Atlantia.
Yes.
Oh. Well,
Similar but not the same.
That's weird.
I...
Where'd
We
they
have
get
overlaps.
Where'd they get the A from? Or where'd they get the S? Which one came first? Okay.
We don't...
I think they're separate concepts.
It could be the carcinization of underwater societies, who knows. Yes. We're going to make sure that the man whose robot he programmed to shoot at the first thing he sees doesn't get himself killed.
Oh, for sure. Though,
Yes, here's a copy of our interview notes. He just throws a book this way.
Irene catches it in one hand. You note that her other hand is like very explicitly like this one hand that's in their icon ends in fingers. The other one is in very like sharp like claws.
Oh, important to note, this does seem to be some sort of... This overall structure area that we are in, at the very least, does seem to be some sort of research institute that the older Atlanteans had.
Oh my god, I was correct. To be clear, also, I don't know where the Manfred man went, but there is still the north, which the team over there hasn't looked at. I don't know if they went up there, maybe, but...
Considering he was heading back towards the west, I assume that is where he went, yes.
Oh, I meant, he, like, points, like, north of this room.
Oh, there's a north to this room as well. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I passed that entryway earlier.
Mm.
Just caught up in looking at all the things around here first.
These three are going to, like, start going this way, curious about, like, the findings.
It does, he just kind of turns to Vanilla and Raziel. It does bring to mind interest that they do have romantic structures within their society, considering, you know, a mother and a other parent, etc. But apparently that quote-unquote kissing or what have you, at least in that sort of manner, isn't considered a romantic gesture. It is interesting to figure out the differences between their
I mean, there are human
relationships would be
cultures like
interesting.
that too.
Raziel falls into the
Raziel,
ocean.
I don't recommend stepping into the ocean.
Knowing the language, Gwydion, like, you can tell, like, kissing is, like, romantic, but it's also, like, a lot of terms that you could easily equate to, like, the romantic terms that you know are...
High five!
Also,
kiss.
are like, they're, like, very casual. They're a very affectionate society.
Yeah.
Affectionate to someone they just met.
There are plenty of human societies like that.
Yeah. I guess.
Just not ours.
And
or just not yours.
Kicks that ground.
Now why are you saying that like you belong to a different society?
Guys,
I like to think that I am my own creature.
Right.
And you see a very
you are still a teenager. I sometimes forget the arrogance of youth.
That is not what I meant. As he like, hold on, I have an embarrassed emote just for this.
Could you give me a shift?
I need to get my token.
There we
you
go.
see.
There we go.
It's not what I meant.
It's not what you meant, but it is what you said.
Yep, a very long and dark hallway.
Next, you'll be telling me that you're not part of the society that understands that money has buying power and that we've transcended it. Yes, of course, capitalism is a stain on our society, but you don't have any suggestions that actually would improve upon it.
You see
Just delete it.
a simple door just like right there, made of stone, probably, but like, you know, nothing too specific. You see small pink pulses like along the wall. They are very weak and dim. Like not the wall of this door, but just along the walls of this hallway leading in through these rooms.
Gwydion's gonna knock on the door first and foremost.
No answer.
Alright, let's just see if we can open it.
Oh.
It does
You
seem to unlock.
Open, and you see this structure here with this crystalline web like spreading out from a crack within it and spreading to the walls. This coral, which is also of the same material, like branching out and like fractalizing off of the structures.
I'm gonna read.
Yep. For your information, Gwydion, these are effectively reports of power usage of various areas, seemingly of this facility, but you also see power to the jail, power to theater district, power to other sorts of areas. You see the word Corallian thrown around in here every now and again. And every report here is just effectively, this is power, where the power is being used, how much power is used, but there doesn't seem to be like a cap of power or really like an electric bill or anything like that, if you can call it that. It just appears like there's just a note of how much is used,
It
and
seems
also theoretically the reaction.
they have a sort of equivalent to bioluminescence for electricity, which is fascinating at its very most basic level, considering that if such a system were to be able to be reconstructed for our own society, that would solve many problems. Not needing to use the goddamn radioactive isotopes, as it were. Like, obviously, it's safe enough for general use, but not needing to use it would still be more than wonderful.
I'm sure it comes with its own whole host of caveats.
Theoretically. Does it say anything about what the crystal does?
This, to you, it like, as you come near it, it powers on. This looks like a console, though it just has notes from a sort of like just this room in specific, effectively, just like notes of seeing Corallian spread and grow and then snapping it off as it is put and disposing of it.
Does it have a last updated log or anything like that?
Yeah, and Gwydion, the last update this has had predates it predates society and was probably somewhere, if you had to guess, like before the 500s of like AD years.
Alright, so this could be wrong, considering their calendar system would obviously be very different from ours. But if I'm doing my math right, and I'm assuming correctly, which, again, assumptions, this seems to have capped out, at least the last surviving person that was working here was about at least 1500 years ago, which is a long damn time.
You do
Great condition.
have the note on the right, though, or the tablet here, as these aren't papers, these are tablets, and that seems to have a date that's more close to modern, like a lot further ahead of that. You don't know if this is a matter of this console simply forgets, or if they simply stopped having a need for this console after they discovered something else. This appears to be like an updated maintenance log from someone else. It's weird. Though, to say from someone else isn't quite correct, because it's not necessarily handwriting, to be clear. It's almost as though the words were imprinted onto the page, like, perfectly, but even between the console's, like, denotation of that and this, it is the same name, but different signature, if that makes sense.
Roughly how long ago is this one dated, then? Just generally speaking, then?
This one is dated, specifically, like, around, I would say, 200-ish years ago. But there are other dates, one of the most recent of which is roughly, like, 50.
Alright, it seems that there has been a bit more activity then, but just hasn't been logged properly then.
The last note of which being logged as last electrician of this station.
It does seem that they did abandon this area a few decades back, though. And I would assume from how it was written out that the title of the person who kept up at least this specific area was passed down between the different people, and so they signed it more or less the same, but with I am the fourth, the fifth, etc., etc. It really is something that Leninsky fellow really hasn't told us everything about the societies that they've witnessed since obtaining that epithet of theirs.
The thing on the pedestal glimmers and sparks. It almost, if you were to look at it, looks like a button.
I see. Well, before that, while Gwydion and Vanilla were walking out and too far away to do anything, Raziel would just quickly grab the various research notes and put them in the Aquatet Acropolis.
I was gonna say, I didn't specifically mean... I was going to be grabbing this one specifically for my own purposes, but the other ones, yeah, I feel free to grab.
And while it's a very large button, it looks like, given the structure of it and, like, the power thing, you can almost assume this is some sort of a power switch of sorts.
Yeah. I'm also going to ask, I assume these research notes would be considered sufficient good new information added to the Acropolis?
They are new good information, though it's weird because they are technically no different from, like, a maintenance log like a human society would keep, but they're just of a more ancient society. So
so there's no research notes.
Yeah, no, this is more just like
research.
Yeah, no, I pressed the button on this day, that day, yada yada, you know. It doesn't other than say that it uses the coral, it doesn't really explain what the coral how it functions necessarily, you know.
Yeah, it's a fucking clock-in recorder.
Yep.
Well, in that case, might as well think about pressing L button.
You touch the button.
Button time.
Yes.
Yep. You press down, it's a little hard at first, but then it's not too hard, it gives. It's been locked in this place for a little bit. There's some crackling sound, rippling as some crystal shatters that was holding it in place. You press it, and almost as though a switch has been flipped, and it quite literally has, very bright pulses start shooting into this thing from the corals beneath it, and then into the into the system from the floor. It almost seems to spread out as though it was like water through the cracks of like a tiled floor, but then like fractalizes around the walls and sort of spreads out and goes almost through this facility. And for a moment, you don't actually see this happen, but going back to like the first map, you see as this power like crackle, or like the camera sees as this power crackles through the facility, and like as I'm going to shift ping over to this area,
We cannot see that, it's black.
yes, I know,
Okay.
it then click, the power goes on and lights go up, and I'm going to put this onto the token layer so now you guys can see as power is returned to this area. It almost seems to click on very bright and suddenly, and even it down the hallway a little bit to the east. There is a light that flickers on over the waters, that flickers on, turns off, flickers back on, dies again, and finally lays dormant as that light simply doesn't work. But power surges through. Everyone in the other room reacts, but you don't necessarily notice too much of a difference other than this room being lit pink, which it already was. You hear the surging of energy through these this corallian substance as it seems to sort of spread through.
No, we probably should have snapped off a piece for research purposes before we powered it on, but, you know. Alright, let's just... he's gonna try to press the button again, or lift it up, for the sake of it.
For now, at least, it does not seem to go up. It might... It might have a bit of a timer system, judging by some of the notes you saw, or maybe it will be let up when the corallian itself is done. You aren't certain.
Break off a piece and theoretically risk electrocution, or not break off a
Maybe
piece?
don't do that. Can you break off a piece without having to touch it?
I don't personally have anything of the note, but looks at Raziel.
Yeah, I imagine Raziel can pull out special magically enhanced, I don't know, like
Rubber gloves.
rubber gloves,
Shears.
scalpel or whatever, yeah, in order to shear off a piece.
As this magical item touches it, the corallian seems to react negatively, and the part that touches the like magically enhanced item, like both it and the item itself turns like white, and that part of the crystal like explode, like doesn't like explode harmfully, but it like pops, and the rest of the like pink part is left intact.
Well, it does make sense. She did seem to be a bit confused at the concept of magic, so theoretically their society might be antithetical to mana-enhanced constructs.
Okay, fine. Then I'll pull out something from a different discipline. He'll just pull, and this time we'll pull out an energy scalpel.
Gamma knife!
It does, Raziel, seem to just react negatively to, like, energy.
Hold on, am I an idiot? I'm gonna use a regular scalpel.
You're cutting at it. You get like a little piece. You shave off a couple pieces. It is
tough and very reactive material.
So, what I'm
Lights
hearing
outside the
is that
hallway.
it is reactive to anything that is metaphysically rich. Okay.
Oh,
It almost
right.
seemed to, like, as you looked at the part of the scalpel, like, it almost seemed to just eat at the energy.
Well, I guess we have a
Oh
sample
Lord,
of
it's
this.
bright out here.
Guess we have a sample of this Corallian. Oh God,
Yeah, it is very well lit out here.
I'm too pasty for this.
Bro, same. I think I'm even paler than you.
Maybe.
You're made of cheese. I think you're more yellow
wasn't
inclined.
You're made of what?
I ate a devil fruit.
Oh,
It
I
made
am
me
so
evil
sorry for
cheese
you.
specifically.
of course. Why wouldn't? Of course, the devil fruit would be evil cheese. Why wouldn't it?
Not
Fucking,
evil though. I
I
swear.
fucking hate that guy.
I am mostly ambivalent to. I don't care either way.
I mean, he seems
Um,
alright.
Raziel looks. Yeah, sure.
Doesn't seem to be as many notes on this one. I'll check the terminal.
Different Corallian engineer. Different notes. Dated to about 400 years ago is the last log. Different name from the first terminal.
It interests me that the most latest date in the first room was about 50 years ago, but that was not using the terminal. And our new friend seems to be about 130, as she says. So it seems that the greater majority of the actual, at least from our current data, of their society did still exist only a few short centuries ago. So the fact that
Well, I guess
this is as run down as it is odd. And they had to have been a mostly secretive society for us to not have any data on them, you know?
Yeah, especially like this close to a populated area.
I mean, to be fair, this is we were in the Americas. That is different, but unless there was no European or Asiatic temples, it does seem just rather unlikely overall. Regardless, he's gonna try to push the button.
Yup, you push that button, and more thrumming of power. You hear as more, like, energy clicks through and just pulses. And even from, like, in this hallway, as deep as you are, you see a pink light from back the way you came flicker on.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
It's like hitting the whole facility, huh?
I mean, that's kind of how electricity works. You gotta reset the grid.
Well, yeah, but just like we've already hit circuits that hit back there.
Yep.
With a
This is a
view.
mega structure, after all.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, it's so bright though. God, I'm flavor blasted in this shit.
Yeah, hold on. Raziel puts his glasses away and pulls from the Aqua Necropolis a pair of prescription sunglasses.
Gordian just takes
Okay, I'll make
moves
them
down
less
his,
bright for you guys.
his artificer's goggles. This is fine.
I see. I'm the only one who has to suffer through this. I understand.
I mean, you do have the spooky
Have
aura
these
die.
been push
do
pull
anything.
doors, or have they been like sliding doors? What kind of
They've
door
been
system
sliding
do we
doors.
Interesting.
Huh.
We have the
See that?
technology.
You say that, Raziel, but this eye is purely for show, I swear.
Looks, squints.
Oh, this one is overgrown.
I don't know.
I see. This must have been what they were talking about with the pruning. Double
They've
check the
all
Sure, whatever.
been
sort of overgrown, but in various different extents. This one, it looks like it is bursting out of the panel itself rather than having grown into any of the walls. It looks like you can still press it down.
He's gonna double check the terminal first.
There is no logs on this terminal.
Ooh, that doesn't seem good at all. He's gonna try to break off at least the piece that is in the fucking center of the button before pressing it.
Breaking off the whole thing, Gwydion, you can do it, but like in doing so, you almost feel a scream through your body.
Ooh, okay, this is conscious. That is terrifying.
Oh.
Makes sense with what she was saying is that their society uses this, but that is... What the fuck?
Ah, so
That's,
this energy source is morally dubious. I understand.
Yes.
You
I don't know if I
also,
really...
I mean, Gwydion, feeling it, you could also tell that, like, even though it screamed, it felt like it wanted to grab and grow out of you a little bit just before you managed to get it off. It is like, yes,
No,
this
the
thing
moment
is
it screamed, he was not fucking pulling that shit anymore.
Oh, that's fair enough. But it did feel like that. Like, if it was, like, given the chance, it would try to grow onto you.
Yeah, let's not press this one, I think.
Am I able to like get any soul information from this? Just like in general.
It does not have a soul.
Okay.
Let's see.
It at least
Even-
doesn't seem to have a soul of any kind. It's just consciousness.
I see.
So,
Even the Atlanteans are stuck in the Buddha's pod.
Mm.
that includes you, Razia, as we already established.
As far as you know.
Yes. And as your elder, I think I know a bit more than you about being in Buddha's palm.
You're not my fucking father.
I didn't say I was your father, I said I'm your elder. Learn the difference. Your father could be an asshole for all I know. That doesn't mean anything to me.
You do see, though, as, like, the power thrums, it's slowly, like, connecting vines from the wall, slowly attached to it, and then it also seems to start, like, shuttling power through the facility.
Still not gonna press that one. I don't trust that one to not overload the circuits.
Mm.
You see the rest of the hallway is overrun with broken, like, parts and, like, shattered remains.
Hmm. Oh, this
And
door's
this
locked.
door does not slide open. It seems to be held in place by a sort of specific, like, thing on the door that asks for administrative purposes. As you read it.
Gwydion's going to take out the tablet with the most recent fucking update on it. He's gonna try to read out the name on that one. See if that does anything for it.
It doesn't.
Oh, you said it is asking for like administrative key, right?
Not like a key, but it is asking for an administrative individual.
Okay. Alright. Good to know. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
8.
Gwydion, like, you, like, do this, you're like, I'm administrative individual, and the door, like, looks at you a certain type of way. It doesn't really, it's not sentient, and it's like...
more what I'm going for, right, is basically he's taking like a half step back and channeling the magic in front of him to create the visage of what the door is asking for, using that as his base, effectively.
Mm-hmm. You see, I suppose, as you do that, you see a silhouette, almost. It almost reminds you of what Wilmaria was describing of their parent, but given that you don't have the shape or like the thing, it seems somewhat different in that you've never seen it before and never experienced it, and it kind of seems to trick the door somewhat into opening or like unlocking as you hear it sort of start to open, though the visage like fades, and as the door is open, it appears that the rest of the room is simply unpowered as you I assume open it.
Yep. He basically forces it open as it doesn't on its own accord, effectively. Yeah. There we go.
The console in the back simply doesn't have anything to it. The power button that you would see in the corner has no Corallian to speak of, that you can tell there's a Corallian store in there. It almost seems like it was not necessarily well maintained, but almost put together in a most meticulous fashion that it would ensure something didn't happen. You can tell there is a layer of meticulousness to it. And this very large tool on the table is like almost the size of your arm. And you don't know what like purpose this serves, but it's like pretty cool.
Well, I found another of the goo, he says, picking it up. And I found some other things as well, but I'm not sure what they are.
Good.
There's
Next
like
I perform my...
box.
I see.
Yeah, the orb is visible, in case that's not supposed to be.
It is visible. That is meant to be it. You
just to
see
make sure.
like just a fractal pearl on the top.
Well, you're the
It
one
appears
with
to be
the
locked.
infinite subspace if you want to take these tools and see if your epithet likes them.
I will.
The tool is taken. The box itself is almost locked in place.
Oh, they got a dimensional lock on it. They don't want people stealing their shit.
Lamau.
I am
I'm
adding the
layer
goop to my
this.
inventory as well.
Yeah. Vanilla, you go over there. There's like a
Plants.
strange seaweed species.
Can you give me
growing
vision
out.
from Vanilla?
Yeah.
Doesn't
I'm
look
just
like
gonna-
anything I possibly could have seen before anywhere.
I mean, it looks kind of like standard seaweed, but it's just a different color. And, I mean, just strange. It's just growing out of the walls.
Takes a couple of pieces, sticks in their bag for later research.
Yep.
But they've got the electricity handled. What is up? Corals. I guess this is the end of the
Strange anemone, barnacles, water, a broken off area.
A lobster with a magnet! Truly, the
It is a
society is
lobster with a
advanced.
magnet.
Oh man, the magnet lobsters. I thought those were native to the Bloodstone Isles.
It magnets at you.
Holds out some of the spare seaweed, sees if it likes it.
Snipple. Snip, snip.
I wonder if they like cheese. Just like plorps off a little bit of cheese from the arm and like dangles it in front of the lobster.
It goes and like hides near the anemone.
Does not like cheese. Shit,
Lactose
my
intolerant.
arm cheese now. eat my own arm cheese.
Considering you have malleability, I assume you could just reconstitute it, but fair enough.
Probably.
Out of character to say.
Probably. They haven't thought of that yet. They just, like, awkwardly swallow it and tries not to think about the implications.
As you guys are exploring, you hear like the pattering of footsteps as the fellas, the fucking Dr. Sylvester and that crew sort of show up near the end of the hallway, really like excited and well, he's excited. The soldier lady's exasperated, and you know, the claw lady, they're just there. As they're like, wow, what did you guys do? There are lights on everywhere.
It seems that their society, up at least until a while ago, did have people coming in here. They have a form of engineering of their own, using this coral as in place of electricity. I merely activated the circuits effectively. Reset the breaker.
I think I simply must observe this stuff. There's doors that have opened in so many different places.
Oh, the first, second, third doors. Maybe they're...
I couldn't think to explore them myself, but I'm sure you lot could probably do something with that. I just need to examine, like, oh my gosh, this coral. Hey, Doc.
The coral's very reactive. Be careful with that.
Reactive. Huh.
Like an open circuit.
Oh, I see. They would go in here and they would just start, like, looking around, basically.
I think examining the south is of note, but I still think making sure that fucking other man with the robot and hooded figure isn't causing trouble for any natives that might somehow still be around here is paramount, personally.
So for all we know, he could have gone through one of those doors that are now open now, considering... Like releasing a rat out into the great outdoors. I don't know.
You guys are going back, presumably?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going back and then...
Yeah, I'll skip you the walk-in. Bump. And I'll even... oh, yes. You would be at the top of my bad. I GM layered you guys. Boop, boop. And... this whole area should be lit up now.
Oh, yeah.
You even see that thing in the center has now, like, lit up. The crystals now sort of empowered with, some form of, like, light. As there seems to be a display.
You think our Atlantean friend knows about the coral breakers?
I assume that they might at least understand the coral in general, but as they said, they haven't really explored these structures. I assume not really in how it's powered. No.
Besides, a lot of times, you know, people know generally that something is the way it is, but they don't know how or why.
Yeah, no, it's similar to asking if we asked a random person how electricity actually works, they would be like, oh, it's like miniature lightning, and that's, like, technically, yes, they are a similar ionic structure, but that's nowhere near accurate.
I was thinking more along the lines of, does she understand the concept, or is it, like, something, like... if you asked a 5-year-old if they know what a nuclear reactor is.
I assume closer to that. Yeah,
going around it and looking at the display, you see a series of effective, like, messages as well as a just a note as just a welcoming note. that just says, "Welcome to the Exploratorium, dearest researcher. Enter your wish into the sea dragon Sintamani." Is the effective best translation you can give.
What in the... Into my wish? What kind of...
You can tell from context and, like, you know, eventual, like, scrolling and figuring out is that this is meant to convert something into tangible things.
He's going to basically put in equivalently to understand what the sea dragon Samante is.
It doesn't seem to react to that sort of a like prompt.
I put in world peace.
Alright, I think let's go with a very simple he's going to basically put in pyramid.
It doesn't react to a prompt from text.
He's going to think pyramid out of it.
It doesn't seem to react that much to that either. The goo in the back, which you can accurately now tell is exactly the pink stuff you've been picking up, the goop. It is of that same color. It bubbles a little, but it does not react further.
Maybe it needs more.
Or maybe you're simply not wishing hard enough.
Well,
You
do
feel
it, kid.
free!
Alright. Fine.
What you gonna wish for?
I enter in world peace.
It doesn't react.
You understand that this isn't... he just looks at Raziel fumbling with the controls. Again, this is an Atlantean. Do you need me to put in world peace for you?
I mean, I'm working on trying to decipher it.
There's I will note, like, in this console, more than just these these blue crystals which act as keypads, there are like input things like on the very front of this desk, so to speak, like that you can put things in. But like, you would assume they're like tablets, but none of the tablets you have fit the exact shape.
Maybe we're thinking about this wrong. Maybe it's not a wish-granting machine, like I would have, and it's more so like
A
computer
printer?
prompt, like an AI. You know, it's like, what do you want access to?
Carlisle is walking around this room now that everything's lit up, and he goes, and they go, "What the hell?"
We
Can I
turned
look
on the
up,
circuit
like,
breaker. Yes?
What was it, like Coraline research notes or something?
Corallian.
Corallian research notes. Can I try looking that up?
It, from like putting in text prompts, you can tell that this thing isn't like a computer in a certain sense, that you put in like prompts and like it sort of does something. Like there appears to be like a keypad for some reason, but like it doesn't appear to have it. What was that?
Yeah, I was
said
making.
Mambo number 5
I
as a
said
joke.
Mambo number 5 as a joke.
It
yeah,
doesn't
sorry.
appear to have an explicit function to type something
It
in.
doesn't have a database or a search function. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's some sort of, maybe it's some sort of printer or like a converter or something. You put something in, turn
I
it
did
into something
assume
else.
that there is some sort of printer system, considering the device over on that other table. I think we don't understand how this works well enough to use it properly, so we should come back and check it again later.
Of course, we don't understand how this shit works. I mean, fuck.
And
I was
that's
just
why we're here.
I was just relaxing by the wall, and this thing of coral came at me.
Yes, that's the equivalent to electricity. It's a bit odd.
It's solid.
I think
said
that's
equivalent.
alive.
This thing is fucking. This place is crumbling, and now that the power's on, it's almost slightly more dangerous with that coral shit. I don't even. Ugh.
In which case, I do think we should redouble trying to find the Manfred man, considering, oh, more things have started to move around. Better shoot everything then.
Oh god, you're right. That idiot
He's
is
gonna
going to
blow
blow
something
this
up.
place up.
Ah,
I hate that he just has a fucking flashlight so much. Ugh,
a pro flashlight. Now, dear.
that was ballast.
They turn the
Well,
green
otherwise,
flashlight
I would-
on.
I know. That's why I'm saying it. Vanilla doesn't have the balls to call Woody a deer.
They put the pro flashlight away as they don't need to light anything up anymore.
Yeah, right
What's
after we
good for
pass
them?
it, of course.
Yeah.
They instead take out one of these.
Is it the fucking walkie-talkie?
Oh, it's the hammer, not the hammer,
Okay.
the stop sign.
Just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
What a intriguing effect.
Ugh.
Manfred passes by the corner. What do you suppose did this?
Oh, that would be us turning back on power.
The hooded figure turns to the group of you three.
Ah,
The power.
Yes.
there was power to this place then.
We found the circuit breaker equivalent.
Excellent.
I was able to decipher how it worked because I was able to talk with the person you shot at as opposed to shooting at them without any repercussion.
Yes. Manfred, you're an idiot.
You hear a little snicker from the hooded figure.
You speak of not what you understand.
No, actually, I do. I took notes. Unlike you.
Shooting first, asking questions later really is unbecoming of a researcher if you ask me, but we spoke with the
Aye.
Atlantean.
Did not choose to fire upon it.
You designed the thing that did, he says as he moves past.
Make sure you got
Think-
control over your strange dog.
Think of what you want. I am interested only in the mechanisms of this place.
Cool, don't break it in the process, please.
Yes.
Because that will
Because
cause
you're
problems for
terrible.
everyone.
I'm sure your mother's disappointed.
Oh my god, Razio.
Raziel, stop being a douchebag. You're still a child, as we already established.
I'm not being a douchebag. I'm being true.
Up
Those
here,
are
I'm just
very
gonna
similar things.
Let you know there. To be clear, right? There's some water flooding in. But there's also like this archway is trying to open but can't. It's too blocked by debris. There is nothing up here for you currently.
Well, down
Listen.
to the doors.
All I'm trying to say, Raziel, is that as a full adult, my sardonicism is fully set into my personality. There's still hope for you.
And I'm just young enough that I'm still flexible.
What a rude 16-year-old. They mutter under their breath as they're like walking this way.
Isn't that all 16-year-olds?
There was a roach. Scared the crap out of me.
Razio whispers under his breath, no one can hear him. I'm 17.
Seriously, you just want to observe, mutter. One biological thing, mutter. People just don't understand. Like they're talking.
Similarly
to,
speaking, in the muttering, he's just like, I still really want to take apart that machine and see how it works.
Is that in regards to the fucking robot
To
or like the
Oxen,
machine?
yes.
Yeah. There's like
Pat
a
on
green.
back.
There's like a green fluid in its like core. It's like real messed up.
I think
You
my
can
mouse's
see-
battery just died. Let me go grab another one.
What was that?
His mouse battery
my
just died.
mouse battery just died, I think.
Oh no, Parva Amicus.
No.
Parva
For
Amicus is
real.
fully gear work, actually, you cretin.
how about this?
When you said the word parva amicus, for a second I was like, what, am I having a stroke?
They say big leaf carrot big, big carrot small.
They don't say that.
And Raziel, you're trying to open this door.
Yup, see if the power
You
made it accessible.
you put your hand to the symbol, presumably, and the door does this time actually seem like it would open. The symbol lights up.
Alright, I'm back.
And what do you want of this door?
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, what do I want of this door?
Yeah.
Open.
And you can just hit the open door button there.
Boop.
And it like slides into the wall for the sake of ease. I'm going to leave it right there. But it seems fine.
This room is rather dark.
Yeah, there's seems to be no light in here. And as you go in, there is a strange marshmallowy smell in the air. And you see over here, there are like, I presume it's in your sight range. Yeah,
we can see like right here.
If it's the white stuff and stuff.
Oh,
This is like a strange like foam. Almost like foam-like substance, which has like calcified almost.
Huh. This isn't the memory foam from the pillows, right?
No, this
I
is
think it's more
solid.
equivalent to a fire extinguisher.
You see a orange.
Oh, they
tablet on the
invented
table.
guns.
Oh,
See, I'm
joy!
going to note this isn't actually a gun. This is just the best asset I could find for this. It doesn't look like a weapon. It looks more like a like hose type of thing. Like it's supposed to hold, or maybe even like a water sprayer. But like whatever was meant to be inside of it is gone.
Alright.
You look at the you look at this orange tablet, Gwydion, and from both your practical knowledge as being an engineer and also understanding the language, this almost feels like a blueprint or a schematic for something, but it is for something currently titled as unnamed project, but it has it notes down like its properties, and you can match it pretty well to the thing behind you. And you could, and you see at the bottom, recommended for sequencing.
For sequencing? What in the world? I'm gonna grab this just to see if the terminal with creation theoretically has anything to do with it. What is this gem? Does this gem seem to be like connected to anything? Or, like what's the deal with that?
It appears to simply be like this sky blue like pearl that's been carved. It seems to like just be sitting there. Though written on it is like on the top is, you know, a word that you can roughly translate to like, you know, foam. It appears that might have been the original derivative source of where they put the initial experiment of which with this or something of that sort, but it's hard to say.
I think there's a different flooring underneath this, like taps it with the foot.
You can tell there is one of those experiment tables like from the lab underneath all of this foam, but it is calcified to such an extent that it is hard. This is something that you could, like, if a building, like vanilla, like from feeling it, if a building had a hole with it or had a hole in it, you could seal it with this. If a building was like going to collapse, this would be able to keep it up.
I think this is like a patchwork job of some kind to seal one of those holes, maybe. They used a table for it.
Gwydion,
Alright.
from
Yep.
reading this console, you see the name Elikaya at the top. I'll type that in the chat.
Oh, I have a
Um,
name.
and-
Interesting.
Yep. Like the other consoles had names, I just didn't find them necessarily like notable. This one is notable as like novice researcher. They are new to the exploratorium, and they have been researching this way to find a better way to like create like structures, and they came up with this substance which very quickly hardens and could be formed later, but is currently slightly unrefined and isn't able to be easily formed before it suddenly calcifies. The last known trial of this was used used as like test on the experimental table, and one of the Council of 12, Mivalo, really enjoyed this so much that they recommended it for sequencing. They even put it on the tablet. I'm going to leave it on my desk for the night, but I'm going to return to my dorm.
So there seems to have been a hierarchy that approves if things get put into a system of sorts, I believe. And this person was set to be put into that. I don't know when, but this is something that a higher up enjoyed as a concept at the very least.
Interesting.
Reading through additional notes, there are they refer it is a very casual note. Like some of these are previous notes of like having my own console, at least for this time, having been loaned out this experiment room is very nice. I hope that I get to I hope that I am able to have an invention that is submissible to the sea dragons in Tamani, though I really think they should just call it the fuck me, brain turned off. I really think they should just call it the concept materializer or something more like casual, effectively, is how they put it in translation, so to speak.
So, yes, it does seem that more or less our guess as to what the sea dragon is probably, yes, it's some sort of equivalent to a 3D printer.
So it 3D prints things from the, what was it, sequence?
Presumably.
So I guess if we asked it, it could maybe print out the thing that made this? If it got put in?
Let's check what's in the other research rooms
Curious.
before we
Yeah.
attempt.
Yep. I will bip this stuff into the Acropolis for now.
Yep.
Of
Sure.
course. I
Um,
love putting your stuff into that pocket dimension.
It is, I mean, yes, this is kind of an ancestral like duty that has been passed down for 5,000 years.
You
I
want
will
something
note-
I want to get rid of?
Maybe.
Let me see where it is. Just digs through bag.
Is it a sandwich?
No, it's not a sandwich. It's
Dang.
it does nothing. I like ruffles through bag, pulls out this shit from like the one time when I had that ability that never became useful.
Huh.
Some weird daggers. I don't know. Like they're kind of impractical. Cause like if you cut something, it's supposed to like to defy the usefulness or what. But like it also affects like clothes and random shit. Like it's too niche, you know.
Similarly,
All right.
what are your personal opinions and your epithets on that note? on interplanar shenanigans.
Well, first, Raziel will take this, and I am almost certain this would trigger this.
Yeah.
So, I can pick one stammer prof, and Vanilla also gets to.
Whee!
So I will grab the one stam.
You know what? I'll take a stamina too. 41 stamina, yay!
You don't get any upgrades.
I don't get upgrades, no. I get stamina. This is what I want. My twink body craves it.
Yep. As for Gwydian's question, well, what do you mean interplanar stuff? I mean, that's sort of asking like, hey, what do you think of countries?
I mean, things related to other dimensions. That's a very simple question, really.
They exist. I've gone there. You know, such and
Point
such.
being, I'm not sure how interested he would be, but he reaches into his pocket and flips out a seemingly pure black and white card. Up until recently, I was an attendant of a interplanar college, but due to them not really helping me and helping Vanilla, amongst other things, on top of the interplanar drift, which apparently happened in recent times, it doesn't seem to be working in the same level. So I don't have any use for it at any point anymore. So if you have your epithet interest in it, I could give it to you.
I indeed would be interested.
Sorry.
So Vanilla was just going to say something, but you can continue describing if you want, Rosche.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because I know you guys want to open up these doors. I'll note for your convenience, this one is still, like, very, like, even if you could get to the door, it would be incredibly hard to open, judging by, like, there is almost no floor beneath it, and you would need to, like, touch on the symbol. This one still has the flood in front of it, and the other door is blocked off.
You know a lot about just random shit, right, Raz?
That's probably the one way to put it.
You happen to hear any rumors about, like, I don't know, some red door that looks like a book or something, right?
Have I?
I would say no. Well, I mean, you have interplanar stuff, right? I'd say give me a roll then.
Raziel, basically think about it like if a human has known it, there's a high likelihood that it's in his thing.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but I'd say give me a roll. Yeah, no. Like, there's probably something you have, but it's, like, not related to that door anyways, considering...
I would have to look into it myself.
Yeah, describing, have you seen this? That is a very wide thing, and there have been many things which have existed in the duration of human history, etc.
There was that strange red door that appears in the Sahara Desert, but no, I don't know anything about this.
Oh, I hope it doesn't appear in the Sahara Desert.
It says that people go mad and enter them and never come out.
Well, I hope it's not that one.
It's probably not that one.
I hope.
But in any case, yes, he's gonna just kind of flick the card over to Raziel.
Awesome. I will take that info.
I don't know if it matters that you know how it activates, but you need to be in a place of study for it to activate, if you could get to a close enough dimension for it to overlap properly.
I will see. The reliquary is a place of study, but it is also a little bit closed off, you know? So
From down the
Closer
hallway.
there, yeah.
Area clear. Continues.
So would that proc it then, Zando? Can I get free
yeah,
stats?
I'd say so.
Woohoo! I'm at 62, prof. Hooray!
Yippee.
Whoa!
Yay. Woo.
Finally gaining prof again.
God, fucking come
Feel
on,
free to
Roll20.
move faster if you so desire.
The sheet was
Nope.
being annoying. Let me just. There we go. Save settings.
Hmm.
See a hole in through the ceiling, sort of still flooding through.
Get past it.
Can I just-
Scrunchy.
Scrungle.
It feels like it is you wouldn't be able to like scrungle past it. It's very like rough water that would be like kind of tough to wade through, and it would also
If
like
anything, if it is in the sequencer, we can get it. We can patch that wall and then go through.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
If we are in DBA and there's some Akashic fuckery going about, I assume that's the quote-unquote intended solution.
Right.
This next door is blocked off by the rubble.
Hmm. I'm gonna see if Womari, if they're still around, knows anything about this person.
Right. It's so weird if I feel jealous.
Of what?
Forget I said anything.
I
Looks
I
off
don't-
to the side.
I don't understand old people.
I'm not that old. I'm like 22, dude.
You call for Omari.
it seems that because Carlisle was right there, Omari was a little too spooked to come out and may have left from this area.
Hmm.
Not
Alright.
this whole area, but at least
Yeah,
this
yeah,
pool.
this zone. Alright.
Well, we can't just walk by
What if we
everything
went
that
to
seems
the other
difficult.
one? What about the other one?
Let's let Zanza try to fuck with the rubble
Yeah.
first if he wants to fuck with the rubble.
Well, yeah, I was about to have him ask, "Hey, Gwydion, can you cast Fireball?" But,
I don't know. I can try to whack it with my baseball bat.
I
Not sure how that would be.
could... I could, could use, Phylactic Filatory. Create, 3 to 5 guys to just begin attempting to get rid of rubble.
Yeah,
Besties
it's weird
attack.
because it's a problem on two fronts. It's a problem of rubble. It's a problem on rubble of both on.
I'm
seemingly
rebel. I'm
both-
rebel.
On seemingly like both sides as like also these like vines sort of like weave between door and wall, and it seems like it has gone through a little bit. And it's kind of a bad sight. It feels like moving rubble is not like necessarily enough, but these guys can be like at it.
I mean, even if there's vines, they can pull away at them, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I'm just saying these are like tight and incredibly like tough vines.
This is not the intended solution to this puzzle.
I should go another way.
Yes, I've planned for I mean, pull back the curtain. I've planned for variable ways you could do this without the intended thing. However,
Hmm.
Well, if we want to go talk to our Atlantean friend, we could maybe try that other airlock that we went through the first time, or waterlock. Waver's hand. Maybe she's more likely to be at that secondary one instead of this one, considering, you know, everything that happened. And on our way, we can try the funny machine to see if we can make the thing to hopefully patch up the water gap in the water flow. Probably both of those. Multitasking.
I guess I'll just leave these guys to keep doing that then.
You see these guys just still roaming around.
What was it called again?
Fucking do.
Oh, what was that?
What was it called again? The solidifier thingamajigger.
The
Carbon
Sea Dragon Sintamani.
I think what James is asking is what was Alekia's invention called if it would have been noted down?
It was currently an unnamed project.
Well,
but there is that slot for
yeah, he's gonna put the tablet into the slot if possible, yeah.
Yep. You stick it in and there is a blinking on the machine. As there is an option of like the best way you could describe the word that it appears is like brainchild, quote unquote, like detected, then a button underneath, sequence in which form, and two options which are labeled as like object and like liquid are blacked out, and there is a third option which is not blacked out, which is companion.
well, I guess you have
Interesting.
one option. And nothing else.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and hit companion.
Yep. And as you hit companion, the back of the machine sort of, or not the back, the sort of pink goo in the machine starts to like bubble and churn a little bit as the hoses seem to like turn on, lights go on around it, and in a moment it seems to almost spew out a little bit of the fluid onto the ground with some material, and in a few like seconds it seems to form and like take shape into something more physical as it manifests as this guy that pulls itself from the heap, shuddering slightly before looking onward towards you all.
Did it create life?
It just printed a guy.
Does it have a soul?
Vanilla, it strikes you more as like a golem, even though it looks like a guy.
Okay. it
That's
doesn't
rather
have a soul.
shrimple, really.
He's right, though.
I'm gonna say hello to it in Atlantean.
It regards you with a little wave of its little arm thing.
He's going to.
Just made life.
Do you have the capabilities of Alekia's invention? I'm not fully sure how you work.
Little salute.
I have some holes I would like you to patch up when he's going to start moving up
It does
over
a little
towards
bow.
him. See, Raziel? Just that simple. Or should I say shrimple?
Raziel does not find it rather shrimple.
I don't know how to feel about this, so I'm just going to withhold my opinion until later.
It does make sense if you think about it, considering their technology runs off a thought-based energy system golemancy of a higher level of autonomy is just a natural evolution to them.
Okay, but really think about the implications of this. And I don't just mean the moral implications. I mean...
Oh, I'm not saying it's a
Just
good
like a
or
dog.
bad thing. I'm just saying that I am not surprised that they have this technological capability.
That's fair, but... Like, now I'm thinking about that Kraken that was, you know, recently supposedly nearby.
It sees this and almost immediately without your input gets to work, as it seems to, from its little like mouth spiky things, spray the foam out, and it almost instantly like hardens and thickens, and the water is like plugged up, and it almost seems to seamlessly fit in with the like stone overhead, as though it was like almost perfectly repaired, though there is a definite difference in texture.
Mm-hmm.
Or not texture, but like, you know,
Material.
Yeah. I was gonna say that in color. It does a little bow.
Alright, there's another one over here as well. Yeah, he's gonna keep walking forward.
Scurry.
Like, listen, if they had the capability to create this, and there was also that weird squid thing, what else have they made?
Oh,
It
that's
puts
an
a-
excellent question.
It puts a
Oh,
little hand to its head in an oh no type of gesture, as it then goes and does its thing a second time.
That
it-
does
even
bring...
though
Sorry, go first.
it doesn't appear to have necessarily like it's hard to tell, but like a lot of the stuff in this place feels like it has like this psychic like signal, or perhaps you could say it's like a cognistic signal, as you felt like with Lamari. This doesn't seem to have that, but it does seem to have like, you know, understanding, or like, you know, a little bit of like a personality. Like it is meant to be like a companion, as it, you know, fills in this gap.
It's like those robot dogs, right? Where they're
Yeah.
obviously just a machine, but they're programmed to seem like they're living things so that they calm people down.
Your point does very much interest me, though, Raziel. I wonder what the squid's intended functionality is. That is a good point.
Hmm.
And now you can probably access both of those doors.
Alright, do we want to see what Wamari thinks of our fellow, or do we just want to go ahead?
I don't particularly care.
I would check with Amari first.
Alright,
Really?
let's go see the other...
Okay.
I mean, this is their technical culture. They might have interest in learning of the artifacts of their predecessors.
Plus,
I mean,
it's just like more. What's the word I'm looking? You know, we're already in the area, and like we're gonna have to backtrack.
Oh, and you know what?
the
They can patch up the
opposite
rest of the
direction.
holes on our way over.
Yep.
That too. It's more efficient. That's the word I'm looking for. Efficient.
And my shrimple joke got a frown out of you. You're literally saying efficient.
Raziel is just like, what are you doing, Vanilla? But fine, whatever.
Just Vanilla under their breath, like, if I want to be nice and not worry about being jealous, you know, it's exposure therapy.
I'm sure. Whatever you want to tell yourself.
And that's what I do. I tell myself all kinds of little lies every day.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Shrimp.
Something rather minor and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly.
I really don't think of anyone here, you, the savant of being a jackass, really has anything to say about that.
I was really hoping you would say the savant of worrying about really minor things, but, you know.
I really don't have a grasp on what you worry about. All we've done is run tests together.
It stands by Vanilla and makes like a cross armed gesture. Also, when they say no fighting.
I think I've You made things worse, little shrimp guy.
Oh, Omari, you around here?
Warp. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Just gestures for the shrimp guy to come over.
It schmoos around and waves. They pause, they look at it. Omari's
shrimp.
eyes grow really big. It's so cute.
It seems
What
to
is
be
it?
an invention by a presumable Atlantean named Elikaya. Have you heard anything about a Council of 12?
Oh, those were in the books. They were... Well, I suppose the most long-lived and venerated, researchers. They, helped deal with something called the Calamities.
Oh,
Umari.
what kind of calamities are we talking about? Are they like
They're not very well
asteroids?
documented, but one
Okay.
of them was the, pink coral stuff. They apparently made it, from a horrid,
Pink coral!
parasite thing into,
That explains
that
why
would-
it reacted that way.
that would siphon, the life and energy from any foreign thing it touched into a way to actually be beneficial and, well, mostly
Turning
okay.
a parasitic life form into electricity. I'm gonna be honest with you, Omari. That's a pretty inventive. Also, very ethically unenviable.
I wonder
sure
which
about
one's
that.
the parasite then.
Well,
Anyway.
I don't know.
Thanks,
I mean,
Raziel. You really cleared that one up there, buddy.
Wamari, like, doesn't seem to, like... They kind of, like, understand what you're meaning, but they're like... I mean... I don't know. I
No,
at least hope that people had the best intention.
In any case,
Umari.
Um,
I really need to ask this. When you said they are in the books,
Well, it's
If you
only
can-
really
Mhm.
broken and ruined books. And I only have a few pages.
I do not care about that. If you can get me those books, I will give you all of the surface food that you want.
Can you make me friends with everyone on the surface? Also?
Eventually, it'll
There's a
take
lot
some
of
time,
people.
but yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, I would like that. I can get you a book. I can
Good.
get you as many as I can find.
I will put the macaroni and cheese in the microwave.
But there is, as
Microwave.
mentioned, the calamities were named as such because they are things that could not be, reasoned with or would inevitably end in the extinction of something.
hmm.
That part of the tablet was removed. Not
In any
removed, but
case.
destroyed. Yes, hello.
This does seem to be an invention of Elikaya's, which is more or less this is a form of it, which is a companion, quote unquote, as created by the
Oh.
Sea Dragon, which is the device I showed you earlier, is apparently a printing device of sorts. Do you know what sequencing means? Is it just the process of something added to that, or do you, considering you didn't know what the Sea Dragon is, I assume you don't know what that means?
Say it in Atlantean.
Sequencing. Parentheses.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. Oh, that is just what they call taking their inventions and giving them forms.
Hmm. In any case, this seems to be the sequenced version of that, which just can patch up any floors or walls or whatever that have holes in them.
Shrimp,
That's
can
so
you get in
cute.
here?
Yeah, he waves it over again. Like, come on, buddy.
Boop, 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 boop.
Just wasn't sure if the gate was keeping it.
It does seemingly it is able to get this far, but it does feel like it would probably have trouble getting any further. It appears that this is also made to stop from
If it gets sentience and wants to escape the prison of its creation?
No. It's made to stop like things that aren't meant to get out of here.
Like it's
getting out of here.
Like it's slaves, yeah.
Does it seem like the corallium we have is having any resistance in our hands then as well, or no?
It is having resistance, yeah. Though I imagine you guys have like stored it on your person and it's like fine, much like this guy. He like has his little cape on, so he's fine. It appears that like having it on your person or it having like that cloth is a sort of like seal of passage. Huh. Okay, so what now?
I wasn't sure if you would be interested in learning about the inventions of them or whatnot, considering you don't seem to...
I am interested. I am just also scared.
More than fair. Right. I don't have any particular things I want to say or ask, but I don't know if Raziel has any astounding pearls of wisdom.
They pat it on the head, and it appears almost like their essence sort of like immediately like mingles into it, and it immediately like looks better about being like at this position, and just like, wow. And it like, you know, moves around a little bit. It's like, wow, I can go around here.
Your monarchy has removed the chains of your slavehood, buddy. You have made a lateral move.
It is cute. It almost reminds me of my pet at home.
Kind of pet.
Oh, it is an eel that can create portals. It was not made by this. I found them naturally down there.
Portal.
Do they have a crystal
portal
attached to them, or...
No, they are real. Well, not real. They are flesh.
Okay.
I mean, just because I was asking if there's a crystal doesn't mean that it isn't natural. There are all sorts of oddities, but fair enough.
I don't know how to weave many words of your language.
Again, you could just respond to me in Atlantean at least, considering, like...
Yeah, but that feels rude. That leaves out two people.
It is kind of rude.
It is
Yeah.
kind of rude, but it makes sense.
Raziel, let Romari impart their language upon you if you don't want to be rude then.
I was more talking about you.
I'm trying to let a person speak their native tongue to me so that they aren't being put on an effort. How is that being rude, Raziel?
Well, I don't want my mind being messed with.
Oh my god, just like kiss my hand, bro. I'm so tired of this situation.
Oh, okay. Wamari goes and like kisses Vanilla on the hand.
Oh, it doesn't have. Why'd you have to? Why you attempt to kiss me on the cheek then? I don't.
They told me to kiss them on the hand. Vanilla, you don't feel like you can read Atlantean.
No.
It didn't work. Bangs head on table.
You want me to actually try to do the thing?
Oh, that brings up another question. Do you know what this is made out of? He asks Wamari.
Substance. I don't know.
Oh. He looks disappointed.
Does the knowledge imparting have to be on the cheek, or did you just like misunderstand what I was asking you to do?
It has to be a gesture of some sort of just trust or something like that. You hear like footsteps around the corner.
Gwydion is he's not necessarily going to
Doesn't
waver
need to
away,
be
but he is going to
neutral trust,
stand
right?
between Wilmari and anybody that would come by.
Side hug?
Okay, side hug.
They pause a moment. Little more than a side hug.
She is just too nice and affectionate.
Awkward return of side hug.
Like
you so much.
And you immediately, like, you look around, it's like, oh, hey, those are letters. Those are words.
Hey,
Cool.
I understand. The knowledge has been imparted. See, Raziel, you don't need. It's not awkward. Wee.
I just feel. Listen, my whole epithets thing is about making me, prove myself in order to do things, and I don't know, feel a little weird about just getting all of the info beamed into my brain instead of figuring it out myself.
What is
Also,
an-
I feel weird about beaming things into my brain.
What is an epithet? And like as they say that, like from like the footsteps comes like, who's talking over here? On Wamari takes a second. It looks like afraid. Dive.
Arm block. Oh, there she goes.
Alright, well, you scared them off, but it was the Atlantean.
That. What
don't
the
think they're-
fuck is that thing? They like.
Oh, that's our
they look
shrimp.
at it.
This is a weird shrimp technology that they developed.
A horrific soulless chimera.
Look upon it.
We've been using it to fix the holes.
No.
You
no,
have been
no.
using it to fix the holes.
No.
I have just not not been doing anything
Should
about
we
it.
Good
name
for
it?
you, Raziel. No, we're not going to name it.
No.
Okay.
It was originally named by Alakaya.
Are
that's
you
First and
okay?
foremost, but
Fuck that. Nope. Fuck this.
What?
I don't want to fucking deal with this shit anymore. This place is crumbling down. You're creating fucking things. There's apparently an Atlantean who doesn't want to talk to me specifically. And
I'm-
as far as I know, this place could go tumbling down at any moment. And you guys are still going around fucking faffing about for the sake of science.
you say faffing.
Well, guess
You've been
what
making a
else
lot
are we
of
here
progress in researching, and he pulls out the two
How am I supposed
goops.
to here?
Yeah, why else are we here?
That's
It-
the fucking purpose. To,
You know,
but,
if you-
like,
If you're having a little tiff, then you can leave.
if I fucking leave, this place might collapse on you fucking people.
And trust
I'm not
me,
holding it up, but
I think we, at least the three of us, will be fine if it does. In any case, I'm going to continue looking for the things we're looking for, and documenting this Atlantean city.
fine. I'll just start smashing shit and bring it back up.
Aww.
Mercenaries.
The two like sort of like start tailing behind. The little shrimp looks like really concerned at that.
Well, that's great. Progress giveth, progress taketh away.
Let's see, he looks to Raziel. This is why just saying, oh yeah, sure, I'll make you friends with all of mankind is stupid, because not even all of a quarter of mankind is friend with all of a quarter of mankind.
Yes, it is a bit of a long-term goal, okay?
I think Mari has a chance of becoming friends with all of mankind. I don't think you have a chance of helping them do that, considering, they said that they were at least hypothetically demi-immortals.
Well,
We just have to wait another 1,000 or so years for us to get our shit together.
I don't personally believe that that's something that you can just kick down to the curb and hope people eventually figure.
I'm not saying we should, I'm just saying it's not going to be anytime soon.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Oh, are you going to try and take over the world, you little megalomaniac? He's just pushing open the
I
door.
would not try to take over the world. That'd be fascism.
Vanilla looks to the shrimp like, are you seeing this shit?
It nods. You enter this room and you see this substance on the table and the like stuff. It is sizzling and hissing. It appears to be like eating away at and breaking down this inorganic material into like more basic components. As like you see like this thing which was powered by Corallian, none of the acid is touching the Corallian, in case you are worried, but like the shell is sort of like being broken down to like more like digestible like parts, if that means anything.
Now, considering you understand it now, if you want to read over the tablet and the system, Vanilla.
I can be of use now. Yay! Reads tablet.
Tablet. Project name. Baser recovery. Designed to eat away at strong, dense materials, break them down into more fundamental things to be recycled later. Recommended for sequencing.
Some sort of like corrosive material supposed to break things down for like recycling purposes. So I guess kind of the opposite of our shrimp boy.
So what I'm hearing is, if we do have Akashic bullshit going on, that to get rid of the rocks, that sounds like a perfect material.
Yep, would seem so.
Are you going to check the terminal, or...?
Right, terminal. Looks it over. Terminal.
As you read it, this is from novice researcher Joliet. It is far more rigidly, or not like rigid, so to speak, but like less casual, less excited, more happy to be here, happy to have been selected for Lab Room 2. Created this for the sake of breaking down trash materials, bullet point, so that we do not pollute this world, and, you know, preserve it for the future. Next bullet point. Breaks down into baser components, is very useful in turning, so to speak, metal that was overused into components possible for resequencing if necessary. Next bullet point. Very happy that Mivalo of the Council of 12 has chosen it for being sequenced, though this will not stop me from empowering it more. Next bullet point. Does not work on Corallian yet.
Doesn't
Next
work on
bullet point.
Corallian.
Too dangerous to work with Corallian. It simply does not want to absorb it, and it simply does not want to touch Corallian. Though, our next bullet point, though to say it does not want is to imply that the substance has sentience. Perhaps when it is sequenced, it may go to a companion type, but it is, of my opinion, best suited as an item type.
I guess the typings are assigned. Okay. Vanilla kind of relays that information, reads it out loud. Do not mix with the coral. Gives us a little information on how they select the types we get. they kind of assign them different types that they can be manifested as, and I guess they decided super glue is a little guy.
It waves.
I'm.
Can you imagine if they like invented super glue and they just went, yeah, we could make it like a tube that you just spray, or we could turn it into a dog that follows you around and spits
now I'm just
glue on
disappointed that
things.
there aren't actually gorilla glues.
They, like,
Gorilla
face
glue
palm.
gorillas?
Yes, that sounds rather interesting.
You
And I'm the megalomaniac.
I didn't say for killing people. You're the one that's turning it violent.
I'm a pacifist. What do you even mean?
speaking of
How is
violence, you guys.
a funny monkey that can create an adhesive substance? What's megalomaniacal about that?
I think it's just a little crazy.
That does not make
From
me
the
a
other-
megalomaniac. It makes me eccentric. It's a different. Sorry, yes, Roche.
From the other room, you hear arguing and a little bit of like topsy-turviness.
Oh, great.
Maybe they're interested
Everywhere
in
I
gorillas.
go, there's arguing.
Don't worry, Vanilla. As far as I'm concerned, these arguments are in good fun, as opposed
Okay.
to
I'm
some
too
other
autistic to
people.
tell sometimes.
This is a debate as to the equivalencies of science, not anything else, etc.
Sometimes I just need a slash JK or a slash serious to understand, you know?
Still, just think about it. If gorillas had the ability of adhesive, they could climb like a motherfucker.
Do we really want gorillas to climb, though?
I think it would be fascinating to see them become the true kings of the jungle if they could climb. Better than
sorry,
they could
when you-
already.
Faust, when you said that, my mind, in perfect quality, extremely high volume, just imagined like gorillas, like with extremely loud gorilla sounds overlaid on top of each other as they climb up the wall towards you really quickly, and there's like 5 of them. You can't do anything
Savvy
about
level
it.
shitpost right there.
Think about it
Yeah.
this way: Godzilla versus King Kong would be actually an argument if King Kong could create a fucking concrete equivalent out of his hands.
What if... I always wondered what would happen if King Kong had an epithet.
This is fucking stupid.
This is so stupid.
Yeah,
I love
you-
this party.
I will note, right, as you go to check this door, you do hear the, like, explicit sounds of something in the main lab being smashed, and Sylvester, like,
All right,
shouting out in,
let's-
like, no, stop!
Let's stop the fucking miscreant mercenaries before they fucking ruin everything.
And,
'Cause if they destroy the sea dragon, we're screwed.
As you enter, it is kind of just like a shouting match where, like, Carlisle was probably initially talking, but now it's, like, mostly taken on, like, Manfred being like, no, you can't destroy this. This would be bad for X reason, Y reason. I need to research more. Marley is focused on the protection of their guys. Sylvester's there. Landra is holding, like, something. It's like... It wasn't anything important, you would guess. It's just like one of the stones off the ground. They like just broke it, it seemed. They're holding their like flamethrower like implements out, but there's no lit flame on them. And like Butch goes like right here, he's like, I mean, the asshole's being a little uppity about it, but I kind of get his point. We've been sitting here doing nothing, at least me and my group. And breaking this shit and bringing it back up is better than nothing. We're still getting paid anyway.
Oh my god.
But how could you say that? Earl Grey says. There's so much stuff here. L Company does not ha to this information.
So I fucking...
Carlisle just sort of takes a minute. It's just like, you can put this shit back together when we're back on the surface. It's not like you're not going to be able to find it again. This place is coming down. There's flooding fucking everywhere. Crystals bursting from the walls, and fucking horrible nightmare creatures, and apparently a fucking new species of creature that... Carlisle's fire stuff comes from their, like, cybernetic arm,
Okay.
to be clear. Though, they do have an epithet. It just does not seem to...
I haven't
like,
seen
for
them
those who
do
can
anything
sense
yet,
it,
so yeah.
And, you know, they just go, if you're gonna fight us about this, fine. But I'm trying to be fucking sensible about this whole thing.
You're saying you're trying to be sensible, but you're saying we can just remake it back up there. This is literally lost technology that is using materials that we do not have. That is
And
literally
we found
impossible.
it, and we can bring it back up.
Yeah,
Learned
but if we
anything
break
from
it, we
grave
can't
robbers?
fix it, dumbass.
These are relics of a previous culture. You can't just break them and rebuild them later.
And there are potentially biological things that we could examine, Manfred says from the background.
Yeah.
You shut the fuck up, Creepazoid.
Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore him because I don't necessarily want to be on the same side as him because he's a fucking weirdo. Point is,
Pussy, just
you
settle
can,
down.
like, try to break the table and take one of the crystals or something. Just don't mess with that machine. That machine's important.
Yeah, this the thing that's tethering you here? They point their
You
mechanical arm
fucking
towards
touch
it.
it. I swear to God, I am not responsible for what the ass kicking I'm gonna give you.
They give you a stare down for a little bit. Hey, Landra. Don't use flames. They, decide to put their focus on you, actually. As, they know that, they're thinking, well, if I destroy this thing, they're gonna attack me anyway, so I may as well be ready for this, as they don't seem like they're willing to back down. We're gonna do combat. That's alright with you guys. You know.
Fucking
You could
mercenary.
Just, you could just let them fight you.
No.
Oh, that's no. Okay.
No.
You're trying to destroy these relics of this ancient civilization. Not if my army of shadowy spirit friends have anything to say about it.
Yep. And
We're gonna end up having this fucker fucking pinned to the ground by Shrimp Friend's abilities, you know? That's my assumption at the end state of this combat.
that is fair. I don't know if Shrimp Friend wants to fight, but I will give them a turn.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they're gonna fight. I'm just gonna say, like, once they're knocked unconscious, they're just gonna be pinned by the effect. You know, that's my hypothesis, as it were.
Yippee!
Landra takes on like this group, but like Butch is kind of like not really fully fighting Landra, just more like you know, Butch is like, well, we probably should smash this stuff up, but the other two are like battling for the right to still be here. And Kay sort of like takes out two like fire wands, and you know, there's no flame on them, but they're seeming to be like willing to duel with this like 6-man here.
Is Oxid going to immediately shoot Kay in the
Yeah, no,
fucking head?
I was gonna say that. Fucking Lenetro looks over to Manfred.
Well, shouldn't your robot fire?
Yeah, should.
Once it gets to his turn in initiative.
Yeah, here it is. This is the fight track, as I assume everyone's rolled initiative. We're gonna roll descending, and we're gonna ignore those guys, right? Because this combat is between you guys and Carlisle. I'm just gonna post the very first passive Carlisle has, because it is important for this whole thing. Difficulty scaling. To ensure the fight stays a little bit them-sided, The more people step up to the plate to fight Carlisle, the more hardy they
Oh,
become.
God.
Their max and current stamina is multiplied by the number of unique people fighting them at a given time to an effective max of 3 times their proficiency or 100, whichever is higher. And only the people used in that calculation can fight them, or can damage them. So that's only, and there are summons and derivatives, to be clear.
Okay, thank God.
So that's only Vanilla, Gwydion, and Raziel, and any derivatives.
Does Shrimple
Alright.
count as a derivative of mine?
Unfortunately, no, but, you know, they can't do they probably won't do damage anyway, so it's okay.
Alright, sounds good. In which case, it's my turn then, or any
Yep.
other start of combats?
This is their epithet. Oh, actually,
Yeah, I will quickly just pick out and declare my funnies.
I will note, for the sake of it, that Carlisle does have a second start of combat. Collection Call. At the start of combat, they take a strange-looking sheath off their side and they jam it into the ground. I'm just going to use this asset for that. It holds, unfolds out into a collection of, like, arms and, like, weapons and stuff.
They're Adam from Ruby, but with different arms instead of redusting their sword, huh? Fascinating. No, but yeah, no. What are you going with for your stuff, Zanza?
Let's see. I'm going with these.
Well, I think you got one of them.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah?
So, what I'm gonna do with my turn is... I sure have spent like 20 stamina already up to this point. Let's see. Let's see if we can try and make things nice and shrimple. I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Let me double check. Arrow tool. Alright. Yeah, so just in case it does seem to be damageable, I'm going to do my first 3 at Carlisle's little machine. Wait, let me double check. Is it 6 range? It is 6 range, right? I just making sure. No, it's 4 range. Ooh, that's not good. Let me double check my arrow tool then. Okay, yeah. In which case, are diagonals supposed to be off?
Not really.
Let me just go
Well,
back.
I shall fix her.
Let me just
Fix
go back
her.
for determining that
Mr.
then.
Fix did it.
I did it. It is now fixer.
Okay, so that's 8 spaces away, actually. Alright, so let's go instead. Let's go here, then. Give me a second.
Thank you, Mr. Fix.
No problem.
Alright, there we go. And I am going to... you know what? Let's keep it simple. I'm going to hold a basic attack for if Carlisle does any bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll be my turn. So that's me.
Alright. Let's go to Raziel.
Alrighty. Well, before he gets any closer, let me, first of all, I believe my guys have 5, so go forwards.
Go, my cognizant warrior!
I'll have them double move. They'll get here. Then I'm going to main action, Sacramentary Casket. Yeah, that's the one. So, this allows me to place the fucking box.
I would suggest not placing it there. That way
I'll
you
put it
don't
here.
burn or there we go.
Yep. Because when I initially create it, even though it's on top of you, because you didn't move into it, it's just 1 tick of damage.
Okay.
So only 1 damage, but you're more than 8 spaces away from me, so I gain my thing.
Yep.
Then I'm going to skip my move action to gain another one of my things. And then I will do bonus action Phylactic Filatory, which just summons 2 guys. Who I will keep close to me.
Battlefield commander. Respectable.
Of course. And
Don't
I
inflate
believe
his
that's-
ego, please. That's the last thing this kid needs.
Not looking to put people down. Vanilla.
Alrighty. Let us just checking something. Yeah, we're going to use my passive. By the way, I can't my health bar and my name are
That's
not
because of
visible,
Roll20
even for me.
stuff. Whenever you load
Okay.
back into a map, nowadays it's just like, oh no, you go fuck
that's-
yourself.
Yeah.
That one's
That's
not my fault.
beautiful.
Yep, that's just a fun little quirk.
Ooh,
now.
that's a new one for me, buddies.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make a soul weapon. I'm going to make the Lochorus one, which for reminders, I'm just gonna grab that. This is what it does. It's a range and fun times with bleed. And you may notice, I'm out of range, but I have a funny new ability thanks to the Zanza fixing my kit.
Yay.
Yippee! Let me just make sure I'm selecting the right one real quickie. Believe, yeah, it's exposed for who I am. So I'm going to, for the X cost, let's make it a 4 cost, right? So I'm going to use my movement first, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then just so I can get within range, I'm going to use 1 burst to move and then the rest to attack, so hopefully this works. A 10. So basically, I can multi-hit with perforation. And I can choose to, instead of attacking, use it as a burst of movement instead, so I can hit within range.
So what was the X you did?
4 cost. So 1 to burst up in range, and then the rest to attack.
Yep.
So
Yep, so you would go 4 spaces forward and then just start attacking them in melee.
yep. So 3
Um,
attacks in melee with the
The roll of the 10.
perforation. Yeah.
They would, as soon as like the first attack would go on, they would use their anytime cross counter.
All right.
With a deft grab, Carlisle snags someone trying to attack them in melee and spins them around before throwing them up and hitting them with their basic attack.
Vanilla
so they
has
would
to
be-
roll for the basic attacks, right, James? Or
Zanza would have to roll for each one, or
Yes.
okay.
Okay,
Just
so yeah, just
probably useful to see those first.
I'll re-roll those 3. Oh well,
Okay. They'd be going for the 9 first, presumably, but that's a 6. That's unfortunate, but probably not gonna work.
Yippee! So bump, bam, bam.
Yep.
And I imagine it prorates like Gervasio's multi-hit, so it would be like 5, then 3, then 1.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And at least with applying a little bleed with the first one, maybe a chancey for the second one because it rolled decent. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yippee! Get bloodied, bitch. And that's gonna be Vanilla's action. They're just gonna enter a braced stance.
Whoops, I just skipped Shrimp. Shrimp
We're gonna start doing this. Carlisle doesn't necessarily appreciate this. Let's show you. They're going to use one of their abilities, Cookie Cutter. Well, they slash their cybernetic arm in an X pattern, forming a triad of X-shaped slashes in the air, burning with energy. They take up a 3x1 space, which, for reference, would be like one of these. And if anyone is in the area, they take 5 damage initially. I will roll for this, to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Alright, well, let's see if I can stop him as he tries to slash out of the air with a bunch of bombs. Some of those are alright, some of them aren't.
If I need to, I can also probably try to string cheese out of the way of this.
I'm gonna say, for the sake of it, the initial X catches a lot of the bombs. Some of them go through, but it is initially counted as a success. It's just that Vanilla gets to move out of the way of this one.
Alright, so I get to move out of the way without having to use my cheese, or?
Without having to move your cheese at first, because, you know, the X's, or the like, one of the X's is, like, eaten up.
Yippee!
And then Carlisle is going to take their end step. They're going to go for another one.
So,
aimed
oh
to
yeah,
the
it's
left.
taken as a
Sorry.
teleport. Yeah, I was double checking, yep.
That's not great, but I'm gonna say it is enough to count as a 1-buy. And I'm gonna say that they have kind of like worse end step, as they're gonna go like.
Before they teleport, can I do something?
Do you have an anytime for it?
I do.
All right.
Alright, this isn't any time, right? Yeah. I'm gonna use turn the page to move the mirror.
Where?
Into the zone.
Boop.
Unfortunate for them, but
They take 4 damage.
they're then gonna warp. And they're gonna do the third one, just...
Has he taken his bleed, by the way?
Yep. They would. They're gonna go to the left with this one. Bad, but alright. And they're gonna end it by going, like, here. Rough. The more you were hitting them, Gwydion, their epithet seemed to have a reaction to it, but it doesn't seem like it did anything, like, in that instance.
Did the X seem to be mostly epithet or just mostly cybernetics?
It is, mostly epithet, but you can tell that the cybernetic arm has, because it is a flamethrower in this instant, the
Partial
X's
conduit,
are like roiling with flame that like goes to the outside and then recycles back inward. There's just this spinning energy in the air.
Gotcha.
That's the end of their turn.
Alright. Well, let me just note that I've seen Carlisle use their epithets. Let me just note that down. Gotcha. So what I'm gonna do is... Well, I don't know exactly what all sort of things you've got going on in this, but I'd assume that some of them were pretty bad. As he just takes out his tools and starts fucking with the ejector, as it were.
immediately, Carlisle looks very fucking, like upset, but, like...
Don't worry, I'm not permanently breaking it, just for the sake of our little tussle. I don't, you know, as it were.
Yeah, you find that, like, within this sheath, right, it sort of has, like, a weird... It unfolds, and, like, on, like, a coat rack is multiple arms. They've only brought, like, 2 additional ones. One of them is, like, a grabby... Like, a one with a larger, like, grabby hand, which has, like, a very hydraulic, like, grip, and the other one is, like, a like crab claw type thing with a chainsaw in the center of it.
Fascinating. But yeah, no, he just basically unhooks the ejector, and you know, that'll be my turn.
Alright.
Hand shooter thingy, let me just, there we go.
Carlisle, you know, while we're in this instant, they're going to, they're going to snap their fingers. I'm going to reveal the second half of Cookie Cutter. As a free or anytime action later, rolled mostly for effectiveness, Carlisle may snap their fingers and trigger every slash, causing them to burst forth in a 3-by-arena line. Asterisk, these are lesser, so of course they're not going to. Slashing in the direction they were originally facing. So obviously, these 2 on the right aren't as effective, and this one going down isn't as effective, but they're looking to get something out of this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if that something is, if that something is cutting through all of these guys, that's fine by them. It would be going through Vanilla and these Saints. Oh god, I'm grabbing the fucking guy instead of this paint. I'm gonna say with that, with that group of Saints, Zanza, choose like 3 to still be alive. Actually, hold on. Ooh. Choose 2 of them.
Boop, boop, boop.
And this would be going down to Ding Raziel for, and like the other guy for, I would say, like, 4 each. Vanilla.
Oh, it goes that far? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
an
it's
arena-wide
3
attack.
Yeah.
Vanilla, you would be taking in total, like, 5.
What damage type is it?
It is seeming to be, like, hybrid, like, slashing and fire.
Because you have resistance to the slashing part, right, James?
Let me
With the cheese?
Bludgeoning and slashing, yeah. I'll grab the relevant cheese.
Yep. Considering it's 2 instances, you'd probably be taking, like, 3.
I'll take 3.
Other than that, now it's your turn, Raziel.
I hate that you did that right then, because if you had done that a turn later, I would have fulfilled one of my conditions.
Haha. No! Carlisle is maybe a little smart.
Yeah. Listen, I'm just used to people like the GM not paying attention, and then I get all of mine like for free in like a round or 2.
You don't even have to try, yeah?
I have to try now.
This boss wants you to work for it.
That's unfair. That's bullshit.
Carlisle
Fuck
looks
the
at
church.
Raziel. I can tell all of your mechanics. I will now. Well, no. Oh,
Yup.
yeah, no, yep.
Okay, let me double check the range of this move. It does not have a range, actually. That's good. Because Raziel is going to basically summon another tome, unlike the main one that he's attempting to unseal. This one just sort of floats around him, and begins to well, let me roll. It will hopefully begin rapidly flipping. I didn't mean to click that part. Rapidly flipping through stuff as Vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
You have soul shit, you know?
Yes.
Raziel is basically taking a book or like a collective information on the study of souls and spirituality, and he's going to try and use that and have that knowledge flow through you as you feel the knowledge of all people who like may have had similar powers to you in the past like flow through and guide you. So basically it grants all of your actions relating to your, in this case I guess your falsehood, a 1.5 times multiplier, and it grants you some kind of new power or ability that is like a new application of how your shit works that, you know, someone else might have come up with. Like a new perspective on how your powers should work. However, I will be channeling quite a bit of stamina to maintain. And that is my fourth condition. I believe that is a main action. Raziel is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's spelled, right? No, he's not.
I think he's average. Yeah.
I'm gonna have 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I will bonus act, and then I'll have, should they move again? You know what, yeah, they will double move, just to hopefully limit this guy's freedom of movement, since obviously when they teleport it's one thing, but fucking if he were to regularly move out, they'd get their attacks up. This saint will move here, and then I will bonus action, attempt to summon another 2 saints near me. Is that high enough roll for them to act, for these guys to move immediately as well?
Yeah.
Alright. There we go. And that'll be my turn, for now.
Can you not summon them 6 spaces away?
Oh, I can. Right, I forgot I got that upgrade. I will summon them, like, here, and that's 6 spaces. No, that's 7. That is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I'll have this guy go over here.
Cut
2,
me
3,
off.
4. Yep. That's how I'll set them up.
Vanilla.
All right. Vanilla's gonna run up here, and then we're gonna use another funny changed kit piece, right? Bonus action, I'm going to use letting go to release the wand, which at the moment just, you know, lets it hover / I can move it as a, I believe, free action.
Sorry, that's a 3.
Sadly,
It's
that's a
swift
3.
That's a
action.
3 though. I don't
Pay
release
cost.
it. Never mind.
What do you want to do with your
Okay.
main action?
I want to use it with my main action. Let me think. How far is he? He's like that far away. You know what? Okay, I'll just do what I did last time then instead. So we're going to go. I want to conserve a little bit of my stamina just because I want to be able to try to do this again later. So we're just going to do a 3-cost version instead of expose for who I am. So let's see if the initial one even works. There we go. And that first one, once again, is to boost you up.
Yep.
And then let's see if the other 2 rolls of the dice work to attack. Yep.
We're gonna try and cross counter that again.
All right.
This would be on the 13. Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
This time, Vanilla, you go to swing with the wand. They grab your hand with their flesh arm, and then they like spin. And they like full body like toss you like right here, and as you're soaring through the air, they fucking turn the flamethrower and like just start like flaring.
All right.
So let me post their basic weapon. Cassidy.
How bad is this for me?
5 damage, 4 range. Currently, it's a flamethrower. Spreads out in a 4 space long cone. Applies 1 to 3 LC burn, depending on roll. Adds fire-related effects to their abilities. So this would, if I'm correct, cone. Be affecting like Vanilla and the Saint primarily, with like the other Saint getting caught by it. It would be 5 damage, and I'll say 2 burn.
They'll try to string cheese out of the way of that, 'cause we don't want to deal with the burn. We'll try to string cheese out of the cone, or at least partially.
Yep, I'll say Vanilla. You can manage to like tumble yourself over squid table. You're only gonna take 3, and you're not gonna take any damage. You're just gonna take the burn as like you get singed.
All right, how much burn am I getting?
1. This Saint here is going to take the full brunt of it and kind of be crackled to dust. This one is just gonna get like 2 damage and a burn. The one on the left here.
Gucci gang.
And bonk. They to click their arm again.
Timble tumble.
Shrimp boy. Oh, they're shrimping. Carlisle.
Oh, they shrimping.
I'm not gonna just let you sit in the back. They reel back their arm, looking at you, Raziel. They're gonna roll for something. Ooh, alright. They're going to use Crushing Claw. Carlisle aims forward as a chaining claw made of Epithet energy shoots from their cybernetic arm, grabbing onto someone. Every turn on initiative, this person is dragged 1 space closer to Carlisle and takes 1 damage. Svelte characters are dragged 2 spaces at a time. This would shoot, like, from Carlisle all the way over to you, Raziel.
That is great. This is in fact why there's a wall right here. I'm going to simply turn the page on myself and be behind the wall so that it grabs the wall, and even then, it would probably end up hitting the Saint first on its way at that angle. Boop.
What I'm gonna say is that at the very least, because your ability did work, what's gonna happen is it effectively, as you're moving, like, skirts past and clamps onto your arm, and it's not going to drag you at the svelte rate, and it won't do damage for at least the first round.
It wouldn't drag me at the svelte rate anyway, because I'm not a svelte.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought he was
they're
svelte.
average.
Never mind.
No, he's average.
Everybody just assumes he is because he's still a child and also a twink.
That's fair enough.
He's a thin, weak baby, but I didn't want him to die.
But yeah, in which case, for the first 3 turns at least, it won't drag you then.
Okay.
And Carlisle, like, gets a hold of the chain, is like, I don't get why you guys are so intent on sticking here. This place is a death trap.
You're a death trap.
Get his ass.
Bad one, Raziel!
You keep my arm. You keep my fucking arm out of this, and they're gonna end my turn. They're gonna end their turn.
I meant nothing about your arm.
We're not ableists.
What I'm gonna do is, first and foremost, where is it? There we go. Bip. I'm going to use a bonus action, and a little guy is gonna just scrumble from out under my jacket, and start making their way to the console. So they're just gonna hop up and use their action to, futz with technology to basically carrying the tablet with the instructions for, the thing is gonna try to input it and start having it make that while we're doing this combat is what's going on
sure.
there.
Save time.
Yeah. Just in case one of the other guys gets a bit uppity, Alright, so with my main action and move action, I'm going to move here. And then I do believe, let's see. Interesting. Okay, I could try to do some expecto patronics and stuff, but I want to spend stamina now is the problem.
It's fine, you can eat me.
But I have to be adjacent to you to do that.
Give me time.
I'm just gonna throw some more fucking small fireball explosions at him, I think.
Fireball. Oh, fireball.
Go fucking kill yourself.
You should kill yourself now.
I'm going to reduce that to 1 proficiency.
Gwydion, you start bombing the fuck out of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just totally getting them. So that's like a lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. And the next one, right? Carlisle's eyes glint. Their entire body sparks with energy. They, as soon as you throw that, 6th bomb, they teleport, and they're gonna use their anytime on you.
Oh, are they now?
Yeah, this is this talent. Enrage. If Carlisle is affected by 5 negative actions, including multi-hits and multi-rolls before their next turn, or after they failed an action and have yet to make a successful one, they may activate their anytime with split second, ignoring the usage and cost, appearing directly next to the person who used the
it has split second, huh? Never mind, because I just clicked my macro, but ignore this then if it has split second. God damn, the one fucking time my anytime would come up, god damn it.
I'm sorry. It'll come up when they try to use it normally. This is just their mechanic.
Yeah, the problem is
but
I'm
it's
not going to
a-
be in range when they use it normally.
They grab you, they toss you to the Saints, and they're gonna go for the attack. Oh fuck.
Yeah, okay.
Yup, and then flamethrower, torches. These 2 Saints are just fucking completely destroyed. Gwydion, I'm gonna say, takes 8, and
Did they move through any of them?
They teleported.
God damn it, right? They teleport for everything.
explicit with that talent, yeah, and also the fucking one thing. And these 2 Saints are just destroyed. Gwydion, I'm going to just say you only have 3 burn. It does not double.
Okay.
Because it is an extra effect.
That seemed kind of bullshit if you ask me, but, you know, that's to each their own. I don't have an epithet, I can't really make those judgment calls. And, well,
Most people would have stood down.
Most people wouldn't start breaking archaeological artifacts. That's my turn.
Raziel.
Alright, first of all, I will pay the upkeep for Arcana Apotheosis. Let's see. By the way, for the unique effect for Vanilla, I think an interesting one, especially considering he has a lot of epithet-related counter stuff. I think it could be cool if, like, if it's essentially a thing of, Vanilla's, like, soul weapons can basically cut through and ignore their epithet-based anytime, because fucking, epithets and souls are fundamentally correlated.
Gotcha.
James. He's dead.
Internet is blip. Oh wait. Oh wait, no, you're streaming, right? Okay. Also, because I didn't start getting dragged for 3 turns.
Yeah, no, at the
that
end of
means I
Vanilla's
didn't
turn, you're not being dragged, yeah.
Yep. That means I got my last thing to trigger, which means I unseal, baby. So first of all, my sacramentary casket enters glowy state. You can bonus action to open what's inside. Then my saints evolve. They digivolve. I will make this one into the fucking. Let me post all of the different ways to go. Find this one on one of the Crusaders, which gives him basically just a big stat bonus. And then I will give this one fucking profit. And with profit, basically, I get to have them be the origin point of a single buff that applies to me and all of the other Spectral Saints. And I want this buff to essentially be a like basically make their attacks apply a dimensional lock to prevent teleports. I'm gonna have the Crusader run up and attempt to attack. Alrighty. So that is that is 7 damage. And will hypothetically apply that dimensional lock, although it's somewhat you know fudgy based on what the GM wants.
They're gonna take the 7 damage. I'll say their teleport-based movement is cut in half. With more applications of it, it will do more.
That makes sense. Let's see. Then my for Raziel's actual main action, I'm gonna place another casket. Like right here. And because I don't want to take all that drag damage, I might as well just fucking get up close to him. Oh, this is on top. No, wait. Can you set this to back? Thank yous. I'll go 1, 2, and then... come up here.
Funny thing is, Ansta,
Yeah?
the second part of Crushing Claw activates.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
I was hoping for this, because I'm going to try and clash whatever he's doing, you know?
If they make it adjacent to Carlisle, they grab the target and leap up, performing a huge AoE slam up to 5 spaces away. 15 damage to the base target, 10 to anyone 2 spaces out, and then 5 to anyone within 5 spaces.
Understood. And I'm accepting this, right? Because I'll have him roll for it or whatever and see before I try and react.
I assume it would just take the 15 you rolled earlier.
Oh, okay. In that case, because what I want to do is basically I want to turn the page, so that when he's like in the air, you know, I assume he's like, you know, fucking judo flipping me and then like throwing me, right?
He's kind of doing the Canto 5 thing, Sansa.
I see. Oh, okay. I see. In that case, I don't think my plan works as well as I thought it did. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna try and turn the page so that he moves one space to the left and does it to my Crusader instead.
He whiffs the grab.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the chain was, like, on you, but, like, as he was going to grab with his, like, meat arm, he's just suddenly, like, shunted one space to the left. He grabs the Crusader, and, like, his action is still going through, but he kind of, like, overshoots a little bit, because he was aiming to go, like, and just, you know, slam into the center of the squid. But what ends up happening instead is he goes, like, kind of like here with the Crusader. The Crusader is just obliterated from the impact, and like going outward, it like thunks into Raziel and Vanilla, dealing like 5 damage to them and like knocking them unsteady. But
Thank God.
Oh, I get Gwydion is
He's
thankfully
6.
out of it.
Yeah.
But like after that, they like clench their hand a couple of times.
How much was James taking?
5.
And this is bludgeoning
But it would be
damage, I would
bludgeoning,
assume.
so it'd
Yeah,
be
okay.
lesser.
Yep.
There is a flaming crater where Carlisle was standing.
Jesus. Okay. And I'll just have my prophet double move away. That'll be my turn.
Alright, James said to skip Vanilla. I'm putting a sword on them to denote extra turn. The foam, Carlisle. They like take a minute. They seem to be ruminating a little bit. What they're gonna do is they're gonna rush over to Gwydion at least.
Lucky me.
And they go over the table, like slide across it. They're sort of trying to avoid the squid, but like the squid is also like really hard to move anyway. But like what they do is they are going to like take their cybernetic arm, Gwydion, right? And like they point it towards you, and like as you'd be like, oh, he's about to flamethrower me. Instead, he's going to like use his bonus action to like actually like suck the burn off of you, to be honest. Like it activates like a weird vacuum thing and like sucks the flame in.
Okay.
And the flame on the inside of it seems to intensify, but the burn is now gone. And Carlisle just says, don't want you charred to a crisp. As they're going to then just take their other action to just punch you with their meat hand. Ooh, that's a 6. I'm gonna say, Gwydion, you kind of just like catch it. Or like dodge it, whatever you want.
I think catching is more in line for him.
Thought I made the correct guess first time. Carlisle just sort of like stares at you.
Just because I'm a scientist doesn't mean I don't know how to fucking fight. I don't know what you expected with that one.
I didn't assume anything of you. As in, I didn't assume you couldn't do that.
In any case, speaking of assumptions, I assume that the combustion engine that this uses is not particularly conducive to this, as Gwydion mumbles to himself as, with his hand that doesn't have the fist in it, he is motioning through the air as trails of energy follow through. And I didn't get a chance to make a token action for it because it was one of the last upgrades that Gwydion got was a new ability, but it got rewritten because the original version was just, ooh, draw something, and then the GM has to make an effect out of it. And, you know, that's not fun. And so this is the new version of it, which is basically, I just fucking posted it. I'm going to post it a third time that doesn't have the post inside of it. So basically, what this does is I create a 3x3 either adjacent to me or centered on me that has a word-based effect, etc., etc., and it is either positive or negative in nature, and it applies its effect evenly to anybody in the zone. What I'm going for is, with this one, I'm going to go with ice, to have the ice turn off or reduce the effectiveness of any fire in the zone, and I'm going to center it on myself, so that Carlisle is also in it. Yata yata, so D20, go now!
Let's go, Gwydion. Draw your ice circle.
Alright, give me a second. Shift. So this is quote-unquote, that's not the fucking rectangle, that's just freehand. So this would be quote-unquote negative in nature, considering.
Mm-hmm. Since you know that's a thing now, I'll start marking it, Lamal.
Marking what? Oh, his fucking tracking, additional charge of fire. Gotcha.
Yeah, they're
Overheating.
enrage.
Yeah. So that was my main action. I assume Parvambicus is just going at it, so I'm just gonna leave that as it were.
Parva's going at it. They make it to the stage of like hitting the button to create.
Alright, I'm gonna use my move action to get to here and just try to drag Vanilla into the area to have the ice area turn off their burn status. If possible.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yep.
Raziel.
Alright.
And would
So,
you say
I'll
that
be
does
real.
get rid of the burn or no? Confirm?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So I'll be real. Arcanum Apotheosis is now a 5 upkeep, and it's consuming my bonus action. So as much as I don't want to, if Vanilla still can't take actions, I really can't afford to keep it up. So I'm going to drop it, for now.
Okay.
Okay. Their previous saved turn is going to still have it because that would make sense, but
Yeah, their previous save turn would actually have the empowered version as well.
yeah.
It shouldn't be +1. It should be increased cost by +2, or up by 2. Then I am gonna first of all bonus action phylactic filatory and attempt to create some guys. Do I get my guys and do they get to act?
One of them can act. Yeah.
One of them can act. Alrighty. I will summon them here. And this guy will his a little basic attack. Try and lock down his movement shenanigans.
Yup. Hit him.
And then, as my main action, Raziel is going to spin his book, in his fingers, as it rotates, opens, and basically, I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna try and cast haste on Gwydion, basically.
Waha.
It is a very powerful buff. Boop.
Oh, Chronomancer guy fucking as he feels the effect.
Yup. And then I'm gonna go 1.
This is one of the most
2,
unstable
3, 4,
fucking
5.
magics to ever exist. Everybody keeps trying to mess with it.
Complex, I find it quite simple.
I didn't say it was complex, I said unstable. There's a difference. You're fundamentally altering space-time and also getting the fucking magic cops on you on top of the time cops. Magic cops don't fucking play around.
They took my fucking spellweed.
Vanilla's second save turn. Carlisle. Their overheated stuff, is very,
Oh, what does the Prophet do, Zanza? You still have that guy.
Huh?
Yeah, over
that's
to the far right.
Oh, dude, yeah, he's running, dude. He's
Yeah,
like,
he's
okay.
running. That's he's upkeeping the dimensional attack.
Gotcha,
Um,
gotcha.
in fact, he should not have
Carlisle. They're gonna try and go for a couple of cookie cutters, or actually, yeah, they're gonna try and go for it. They would effectively only have end step 1 on this fucking thing. You know, actually, in which case, they're gonna try for a new ability. Ooh. Oh,
317s. What is this? Remember?
Contrarian Constitution. Carlisle clenches their flesh hand as their epithet forms over their body, giving them a lingering effect buff or stats which would majorly help against the game plan of whoever they're fighting. If they roll 17 plus, they recoup the cost and heal 1d6.
Oh, fucker. I swear to God.
So, considering it's mostly whittling them down, from afar with a bunch of hits and also just, statusing them to death, their body, overlays with, these almost, demonic, skin, bone plates over their body, and, they seem to get a little bit faster outside of teleporting. Let's roll the d6, because, okay. That is their action, though, so they did have to, go ahead and do that. But they're gonna try to, cross some distance, basically.
Hold on. Is your epithet adversary?
No.
Damn it. Alright.
It's not terribly far, but... they're gonna eat the attack of opportunity, to be honest, and just do a little runaway with their empowered movement. And going there. Go ahead, Zenza, make your attacks of opportunity.
Yup. They will each get 1. 1 and crit failed, but 1's a 9.
Yep,
I don't think they'll each get
damage.
1. Only one of them gets 1.
Oops.
It moved.
I did not mean to move that. I think it was here.
It was 1 further down. Yeah.
Alright, yeah,
Yep. Carlisle takes that, stances up.
Alright.
That's the end of their turn, so I'm gonna switch it over to Gwydion.
Obviously, one of them crit failed and all that, and he did get his weird situation. Did that basically make him resist the status he would have gained, or how does that square out to confirm?
He would gain it.
I assume that it's just till the end of combat, Sansa.
Alright.
Considering that's more or less what happened with the first team. I think. Yeah. So, for my turn, I'm going to go here. And you know what? What does haste do to me? I just to confirm.
I assume the usual haste, like double movement and an extra like action that you can use for a basic action.
Alright, cool. Just want to make sure. In which case, I'll take my haste action first.
There is another one of those.
Let's see. Yeah, let's go with inspiration from extravagant again. Let's
Not all of those like
this.
succeed though, which is pretty
no,
good.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Alright. So up to 64. And I get 2 more increased. That's nice. Bip. So down to that, and then up to that. Let me just DM Kakapo.
I do have your upgrades.
Oh, okay. And then, obviously, we shall see how he reacts to the big if true attacks, you know. If at all, etc.
No, not these.
Oh.
Thankfully, due to his constitution, he seems a little bit better off, but like, that's still a crit. It still hurts.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure. In which case, for my main action of regular note, I think what I'm gonna do is, yeah, because I need to get some stamina on myself. I am going to, I am going to open up my expedition rules situation, as it were.
Oh no.
And let's just double check. Yes. I'm going to use the words medicinal properties for my spell. Let's just...
That's so epic. Thank you, Gwydion. Oh, hey, look at that. I guess I'll
it's a 1.5 times crit. It's not a natural 20 situation, just for the sake of confirming. Because of
Do you still gain a prof?
No, it's not. No. It's just like, ooh, that's a pretty good roll sort of situation. No, it's not. Oh, I'm not proficiency god, etc. So it's just a.
Okay.
It's a quote unquote crit, but only 1.5 times.
In which case, Gwydion, heal like 10.
All right, I'll take it. That'll be my turn.
All right, Raziel.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna bonus action attempt a chronomancy to like rewind my wounds.
All right, no time cops or magic cops here yet. You're gonna heal for, 7, because that's what I would have given Gwydion if he didn't get his 1.5.
Yeah.
So Vanilla has. Sorry, what's that? Is your turn not done? I'm sorry.
Huh?
That was like a bonus action or something, right?
That was one bonus action.
My bad. I got like hasty. You continue, my man.
No, I got haste.
Yeah. Yeah, they got haste. My guys will we'll run after him and then attack him.
All right.
Get up.
They're gonna try to grab one of the guys and awesome. Yeah.
Woo, yeah, baby, woo, yeah,
baby. His anytime is canceled.
woo.
He's like, I'm gonna grab you, and Gwydion's like, holding it in does nothing. Fucking, he gets attacked anyways.
Or they get attacked anyways.
4,
Gwydion's
5.
crit theme finally ends.
Yep. Raz zooms forwards during this. And as his main action, yeah, they'll summon the fucking Reliquary Guardian. So he fucking manifests the guy, and immediately, because I'm already unleashed, he unleashes, his fucking, aura turns gold. And, would you say that with a 16 he can act immediately?
Yeah.
Awesome. He's gonna go here, here, here. Actually, I don't even think he needs to go that far. He just needs to use a 2-range weapon. Yeah, he has a 2-range weapon.
Pretty sure he's getting
And
pretty
he will-
damn close to activating his talent again.
And he will attack Carlisle for 8. And since the Reliquary Guardian also has access to Chronomancy shit, I want it to basically just slow his movement speed.
Alright. Balos was right. This would trigger their enrage. So they're gonna at least attempt to, like, rules of nature this sword that's coming down them with a split-second type thing. What I'm gonna say is they're gonna get the basic attack off, but the hit still, like, lands and registers. So they're gonna get the, like, slowness.
How much damage is it, Zanza?
It's 8.
Yep. So I'll give them one of these, and they're gonna make a basic attack of these. Still part of the split second. So, it's an 11. I believe it would be something like that. So it would be like, hitting one Saint dead on, another Saint somewhat, and the Reliquary Guardian, like, full on. But I'm pretty sure effects against allies are halved, so it would probably only be, like, 2 damage each to the Saints, full to the Reliquary Guardian, and then, like, 2 burn to the Reliquary Guardian.
Alright, how much damage to the Reliquary Guardian?
5.
Alright, because he has 2 DR, so we'll take 3.
Yep, and he has 2 burn.
Yep.
It's vanilla. And this would be sword turn number 3. I'm gonna give James, like, a little bit.
Based off of Kakapo's reaction, if I get another 20, I might get it. Unless it might be I need to take both prof of my 20 the next time I 20, who knows?
Alright, big sad that this is happening. Okay, James is here. For a recap, James?
Hold on, wait to see.
It might be RTC.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Muted because I can't speak. Yes. Alright, so, recap. He has been doing the attacks, or they have been doing the attacks, to be clear. Non-binary, Lamau. They used an ability which, like, gave them some, like,
They have a
epithet-based,
resistance install, effectively.
Yep. Resistance install effect. Gwydion and Raziel have been whittling them down. Vanilla has 3 stored turns, one of which has a big buff, which is gonna cut through their anytime usage. Is there anything you would like to do on your turn? Like act or so on? Well, your turns? because you effectively have 3.
And for the sake of it, I guess I can stream to the Discord so you can get a view of the situation.
Yes. James do be typing. It won't let him join stream because Discord Mobile hates them. They say.
It might. Yeah. Okay. In that case, if someone could like take a screenshot, considering.
Yeah.
There.
What the fuck happened there? That was not meant to be as small as it was. Zanza got a better picture. Bonus action, 3 cost, ability, drop weapon in the air, ballast. I will trust you to be roll surrogate for James.
Alright,
unless James wants to use the Gansley.
Shoot. Let's see.
No thanks.
Let's see. Do you know which,
It's letting go.
Okay, okay, there we go.
That's a 9, it works.
So... Let's see, -3, so 21. Switching to baseball bat, gotcha. Is there like a thing to show which one? Pre-run weapons is that? So... Oh, I assume that's the cast one. Okay, yeah. Are you then moving up to him? Alright, I clicked on a macro, so if someone could move them for me.
Yep, sure. You know what is the average? So that's as far as they can go. Pretty sure.
Can't reach using multi-strike. Okay. Alright. Just use this as it. Well, let's say, what cost do you want to go for, James?
Just 3.
Okay, so using that as the base roll, so 3. Alright, and then gonna move forward. -3. Bip. And then here's the 2 attack rolls.
Those are both these.
Also, I'll make a little drawing to show where the fucking thing is moving over to, so this is the weapon that they dropped, etc.
Yep. Vanilla's second turn, James.
So both of those
Oh,
hit
one Mo.
on Carlisle, or...
Yeah. Do remember, by the way, they had the big ×2 boost for that first turn.
Yeah. Carlisle looks kind of bad from that. Might have internet.
Right.
Oh.
It lied. They said, okay. So next turn. Do you want to continue to just beat the shit out of him with a baseball bat then? You have, let's just double check.
18.
18, yeah. And you have another turn after this turn. Also, I assume you want the fucking licorice weapon to move another 3 as a swift then? Alright, so I'll move that. 1, 2, 3. Bip. And then 3 attacks with bat. So here's the roll to activate the thing, which also counts as the first attack again. And then I'll make the 2 other attack rolls after I spend the cost. There we go. Slash or 2d20.
Pretty scary.
And then move that down to 1. Do you want to take a move action before you start your last turn? Or do you still find to just stay next to them?
So your third turn.
Alright,
Gotcha.
alright, let's see.
They're checking options. Oh, 4 on the attack.
And if he doesn't run full move. Do you want to try do an attack with the licorice weapon first, considering it's right next to you, or no? Okay, so yeah, so here's the roll for that. The swift action. As the thing moves and the dashy, oh boy, oh yeah.
Hurt.
So, does it do the full damage of the licorice weapon then? Or.
Pretty sure it would.
Okay, so then 5 and 2 bleed, yeah. And then 4 on that. Do you spend the cost of letting go when you do the dash attack, or is it only when you create the weapon? Confirm. Zanza.
Oh, sorry, what?
Do they spend the 3 when they do the dash attack, or is it only when they let the weapon go?
Let me double check. Yeah, the idea is that you pay the stamina when you let them go, or yeah, so that they float there.
So okay, so it doesn't. They don't have to pay for the attacks. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, they don't have to pay for the attack. God damn, I keep accidentally.
All right. In which case, minus that.
There it is.
Here are the 4 rolls for trying to attack with the batty.
Yeah. Considering this would trigger their enrage again, they're at the very least going to try to go for it. Considering there's a 1 in there, it'll be easier, but we'll see. Alright. The first strike with the bat goes. Carlisle grabs it with their flamethrower arm. Second attack tries to go in. Carlisle grabs Vanilla, and without attacking, just tosses them into the ice area next to Raziel. They don't turn around.
Okay. Then remove the turns. There we go. Alright. Also just assume that getting up from prone can be their movement, so that's their turn.
Yep. And as it gets to Carlisle, they're turned away from you guys. They're panting. They're just still raring to go, to be honest. Parva Amicus hits the button on the computer. It begins to make something. And Carlisle just pauses. It's no use dragging this out. I give. I'll go in the timeout corner.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Just make sure I get the fuck out of here first when you're leaving. And they yield. They give a whistle, and the other two are like caught off guard. Oxid just fucking decks like K, and they get like thrown over here, and they like are like slumped against this table. Landra gets like hit with a stop sign and like falls over.
Oh.
Carlisle would stand here and await judgment. We can end turn order. And Raziel, you can remove your fucking pollution from the map.
My fucking scary guys. Yep, I will. Raziel snaps as they all warble out of existence.
Parva Amicus just kind of, chotters over to Gwydion and hides within his coat again. As Gwydion then goes about and fixes the ejector. Alright. Fucking pulls it out of the ground.
Yeah. Raziel would use whatever remaining pieces of his chronomancy to attempt to repair any damage that was dealt to the machine before we got here.
There wasn't actually any damage dealt to the machine, thankfully.
That's good.
They didn't actually go about and destroy anything important just yet. They just were, like...
making a scene as toddlers.
Making incentive to, like, leave. Shrimpy comes back up.
Uh-huh.
Shrimpulon is here.
Shrimpulon is here. And you guys are gonna get some combat rewards. I think that was pretty difficult. And honestly, I liked how that went, except for the part where James got blasted out of reality.
Yeah.
Blasted out of
reality. We did get pretty low.
Yep. I think it was pretty fun combat. How about we do one of these?
Kick this fucker out of the way.
Ooh.
Kick him.
Doesn't even have a unique icon. Who is this Joker?
He's the only half generic in this entire arc. How about we go something like this and like this?
The options are 4, 2, 5, James. They were just put down.
Yep. 4 stem, 2 prof, 5 comp.
I think those seem reasonable.
That seems reasonable to me.
I'm curious as to what my first upgrade under the new management is. I'll take prof.
This brings me up to... It did not record the prof earlier.
James is taking 2 in the falsehood, Zanza.
Ooh, 2 in the falsehood. I'll grab that. That puts you at 25, right?
26.
Let's see.
Puts him at 26. Okay, that is enough for an upgrade. This one is very fun, James. I'll post it here and in the DBA chat. And I will read it
Why
out
is there a
as well.
black box before the 26?
Oh, I just used the black boxes to denote every third upgrade because OG anime campaign doc, it's like, you should make every third one special.
Huh.
And you can make the individual ones like less complicated, you know, in return.
Right.
Anyway, you gain spiritual precision. Upon gaining this upgrade, choose a number between 2 and 19. Whenever you attack with a soul weapon against a target with a soul, and you naturally roll the chosen number, it is considered a critical hit, though it doesn't grant proficiency. This effect also applies to all numbers that are either heavily associated with the enemy character or that they have special powers tied to that number, like when they roll it. So, for example, Athens with their 7s are rolled, Aeron with their thing that they got that gives them 6s, Emmerich has the effect when they roll 20s, etc., etc. So now you crit them on those numbers, and if the roll would have already been a crit, then the crit multiplier is increased instead.
Ooh.
So basically, not only
So
do you get
Vanilla
your own
gets to choose a special crit number for their weapons, but also for people with crit numbers and so on, they get extra crit numbers. That's fun.
Yep, it's like you're now a character with a crit number, but also you get to use up your enemy's crit number against them.
This action is now more critical.
Yep. So I will highlight that.
To get through. I'm gonna destroy these just because I imagine you guys are.
I also received an upgrade. And you know, it's fun. Like, you know, one of my 2 abilities that I almost never get to use, both got used this combat, and one of them gets an upgrade. 65, Architectural Savant. Gwydion can now use reverse engineering as a swift action. Holy shit! As he can actually do the deconstructing and reconstructing of an object near instantly. As a main action, he can also instantly build an object saved via reverse engineering and immediately use it with the same roll, other than Amicus Labradbot and other future noted special objects. Those will take more time. He also has a +3 to perception checks to appraise the quality of items and construction in general. So I am an engineer and can actually engineer things now.
Yay!
Hooray!
Raziel did get an upgrade. First of all, this upgrade I actually apparently would have had for the whole session. I just didn't highlight it and didn't put it on my sheet. I got it at the end of his last appearance and just forgot to write it down. But basically, he can summon levitating like spectral swords that act as like terrain, like traps if people try to run into them, and allies can pick them up to basically get an extra like biggie damage attack that like they get to do in addition to their basic weapon.
I can't believe you're copying Vanilla. How dare you?
I know, I'm horrid. Meanwhile, for the actual new upgrade I got, it's just a damage upgrade to his boxes.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I can't believe you have swords of revealing light. That's pop.
And, you know, for the sake of it, your funny lab rat bot got the job done as, it sort of, produces, it sort of, like, you know, does the same thing with the last guy. And, it creates new guy.
I thought it said object. What the fuck?
No, it didn't say object. That was what they that's what they
suggested.
That's what they suggested. But
I get the feeling that this council guy likes shrimp.
Somehow. These two guys have a little stare down. They're having shrimp to shrimp communication.
I swear to God, and we're gonna go into the next room and we're gonna be like, oh, that's an interesting concept, and we're gonna come back and it's gonna be another fucking shrimp. I know what the joke is.
If I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna expedite things for you. You go into the room that was flooding earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna turn off the music for like the combat wars just because I, feel like it. Just to like move things along, to be clear.
Yeah.
And play a little more chill track. Let's, if you'd be fine with it, move a camera over, actually, just so that you don't need to move from there.
Yes.
You get this tablet.
Give me a second, I was updating something in another tab. Which one were we in? Oh yeah, super flooded room. Yep, gotcha.
Yep. Water on the floor. You get this tablet. It is like a. It's like a. It's called a like cognito sensor. It from the notes is like, hey, it's meant to detect like when there are large like wavelengths of psychic energy and like all of that sort of stuff, or well, not psychic, like like cognistic energy as you've come to know it, and like sort of like mind-based conflux. And in these lockers, you actually find 3 of these guys.
3 what's?
3 of the vials.
Oh, they got the vials. Gotcha. 3
Yep.
goos.
And you can divvy those out as you wish.
I mean, I already have 2. Y'all can take them.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna say then that like
Let's see.
Vanilla and Raziel at least get 1, and they have to fight for the death.
Paper, rock, scissors over the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raziel. Here. This I don't expect to get rewards off this or anything, right? But just for posterity, maybe we could just chuck the 3rd one into the dimension.
I would say if Vanilla allows you to have the 3rd one, it would actually trigger your talent.
Oh, apparently for one, or James, are you good for that? Okay, James says go ahead. James also says, from what they're seeing, apparently all of Michigan is down without provider. What the fuck?
Michigan.
Megan.
The funny thing is, the notes on the console are from a much more bubbly personality. They are,
So as a quick aside, considering if it does count, would that count as Vanilla is donating it, considering they're letting...
Yes.
Okay, so you also get another
Vanilla
+1/+1, James, or of your choice. Okay, +1 prof of their Monday kit. Gotcha. So continue.
Their Monday kit.
Give me a second, I'm checking. I think it is at 36 now, yes.
Alright, nothing yet.
Yep. It would be from a much more bubbly person. From the name Niluri. And their thing is just, the psychic sensor type stuff. They would be like, I actually would suggest this would go great as a companion type fellow, just as like, a fun little guy who can
watch this
tell
one be
when
the
you're
fucking
around.
item instead.
And it
I
is
swear
an
to God.
object. It is a little tiara.
This fucking.
It is a little silver tiara with a pink like gem in the center.
Alright, well, considering you're the items tester of note, I think you can be the one using this for now, Vanilla.
dial-up noises, you know?
Yeah, you know. Cheese, cheese, cheese. This is cheese for chi.
I'm a little more evil, Gwydion.
Ugh. James says, thumbs up. Good to know.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's just draw a tiara. There we go. Yeah. Let's get pink.
It's even yellow like chi.
There we go.
Yeah. And that's epic. Well,
Alright, does the deconstruction shrimp deconstruct the bullshit in front of the door, you know?
yeah, the deconstruction shrimp will go to the south and unlock a new door for you. And they'll go after that to the right, which is, you know, we can explore to the south first, just because this is a little less important.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if this is a bad experience. Unfortunately, I want to just get this out of the way so that you guys are free to do other things and also theoretically buy time for James.
Mm-hmm. No, you're good.
Sorry to break GM kayfabe for a second here. I'm trying to be your buddy, your pal, your friend.
Yeah.
We
I'm just
bonk,
asking we wrap up
bonk, bonk.
soon, because I have work in 4 hours.
Yep. That's entirely valid. You go in here. This guy looks rather proud of their work. What you see resembles a break room.
Ah.
Hmm. A much smaller bed.
Yep. You'd
He's
assume
also-
this is for a more Wamari-sized Atlantean.
Yeah, no, so the bed we saw before is for like someone like 300 and change as opposed to 130.
And this will be for my own personal sleep.
Is this a wine rack?
I yoink it.
No, that's just a cabinet. And
Okay.
you check it, right? You open the cabinet, and it actually happens to have a lot of different those like stages in them without like the pink juice, and like 5 filled of these.
Alright, do we want to... Let's see, because putting you both at 2 would be 2 of them. And then we... okay, do we all want to just go up to 3, I think? And then Raziel has one in storage, quote-unquote, as it were?
Sure.
Alright. 3 goop. Structured. Save settings. Gwydion. Edit. Structured 3. Save settings. Alright.
Yep. The notes in here are on the console are from a numerable amount of people, and one of them is from is designated as Mivalo, and they seem it seems like noted very jovially as like normally all other laboratories would use this 4th room for something else, but I decided everyone here needs it, and so I've retrofitted it into, rather than an extra research room, a restroom for anyone who needs it. Because while we are all working to better the universe, and we are all researching to prevent the next calamity should it arise, there is also no need for you to work yourself to painful degrees. Parentheses. For anyone who desires it, I have stored some of my favorites underneath the counter.
Under the counter, huh?
This counter?
You look under there, Gwydion, right? Because this looks like a weird countertop. And it's like a weird bag of like sweets that are like small and like shrimp shaped, right?
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. He's a shrimp guy.
And they're probably like some sort of sweets if you had to guess by looking at them, but these are also old.
Hey, Raziel, do you
not-
think ancient candy counts as a major historical thing to add to your epithet?
Maybe not to my epithet, but I think it counts.
I mean, might as well at least try if you want to put it in. If it doesn't, then you just have really old snacks to eat then.
Yeah, sure. I will accept this donation of rare candy. I don't assume it gives stats, but
No, it is just like candy.
yeah.
It's just shrimp water taffy.
It has to be saved for future generations.
Future generations will see the shrimp Scotty dogs and be like, delish.
Yeah.
So
Lish.
what is this weird ball thing?
It like, you like move it and it spins around. It's like a globe of different like letters.
I
I
think
assume Atlantean characters.
Yeah.
now this, I say, he just drags it over to Raziel. Theoretically would count because it is a written document of the Atlantean language, not necessarily in any specific manner, but you know, it is.
Yes. I don't know. I mean, I would still bop it in just for future study. Again, I'm not sure if that would count.
I'd say it would, but any future records of the Atlantean language won't anymore.
That's valid. I still want to record them just for in-character reasons.
Yeah.
Yep. You can take orb of symbols. I suppose that would go between you and Gwydion.
I mean, I was assuming I don't get anything from that, considering it's just, I was just pointing it out to him as opposed to giving it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also like in a weird sense that just reminds me of like the general Copeland Marsh challenge of like, oh, I wish someone would give me the fossil that's 5 feet away. Like, you know. And
the difference
you know,
is Raziel doesn't need somebody to give it to him.
these guys high claw to each other. The
High
combined powers of
claw.
creation and destruction.
Horrific.
And you know, we're gonna move you guys up here because I believe this is the other path that you guys would have to destroy. But unfortunately, if James unfortunately can't come back, I'm gonna have to end it here. Mostly because this next part is very important, and I would
So
prefer.
we're at the northern door, or where are we?
You're at the you're in the main lab to the east. Let me shift thing.
There we
Alrighty.
go.
Yep, and you know,
I didn't even realize there was this door here, okay.
yeah, it's covered in rubble. But yeah, big unfortunate, but that's all right. This group will always get a second showing. So let's go to my little narration type thing.
Also, I assume not, but just to confirm, no end of combat healing?
Oh no, you'd heal.
Okay, just considering we still were at that, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. My bad. I didn't mention it. I'm bad. It's 1 a.m.
So as we end off with our crew of researchers, having gone through a, frankly, probably more grueling experience than they would have thought, having learned of not only technologies from this ancient civilization, but also various facets of how their technology worked, various things that they were able to make, and even their language from a very lucky guest in the form of the princess herself. These three, metaphorically, fought through tooth and nail and weird person after weird person, and also one group of particularly sensed individuals just to get where they are now. Before a door that they can unlock with this new technology they found after thankfully working to save all of the technology here from being shattered to pieces by an overly jumpy brigand. They press forward. For what purpose, what they might find, and what's yet to come, we don't know. But it'll be exciting, won't it?
Yeah.
That's the joy of exploring. Next time on Atlantian Odyssey. Look forward to seeing these guys again, because they're going to be stumbling upon something quite more interesting than what they've seen yet. Yep, there we go, we can cut it.
Alright. In which case, let's go ahead and grab some fine dining links and whatnot, etc. Just tell me when you're good. I don't know. What do you want from me?
They're doing the yub-up-up-up attack. You can't do anything.
I'm doing the yub-up-up attack. You can't fucking stop me. Because, hey, everybody, thanks for watching. You know, we did the thing. There we go. There it is. And, you know, internet happened. But we're here and we're alive anyway. So, hope you enjoyed what was here today. If you want to know when we're doing the next part of this, whether with this group specifically or the next party or whatever it is that you may be invested in, DBA or otherwise, make sure to join our Discord server. Fine dining, yeah, this is the link. Whoa, I stole it from Ballast.
I wasn't planning on grabbing it. I was just handing it off to somebody to grab. Soleil.
Go there, join it. When we're going live, or rather, join it now, and you'll know when we're going live and stuff. It's our funny game we do. So, yeah, there we go. It's community Discord. Follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already. Again, thank you all for watching. Couldn't do this the way we do it without all of you. And of course, big thank you to the players here today and Rosche for running this. So, yeah, awesome, coolio. With that being said, until next time.